Yeah.
All right, everybody, welcome into the Fifth Dimension podcast. For today's show, a familiar guest. I'm joined by James Tunney. James has a new book that's coming out soon. We have a very big topic at hand that we'd like to discuss. So we have a lot that we're going to unpack in this. So James, it's always a pleasure to connect and have you on the show.
Great to see you, Evan. I think it's an important conversation today. And I think it can only really happen after having laid out the foundations from our previous conversations where people know, and from other contexts where I stand. So it's in that context that our discussion, wherever it goes today, fits. But I think it's an important one, for me at least.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and as we've sort of talked about before the podcast, and as we were kind of planning it out ahead of time, I definitely agree with you. There's a lot of directions that it could go, but it does feel like it really builds and fits nicely in terms of what we've already talked about. Because I mean,
Yes.
If you look back, we've already talked for however many hours, 12 hours, a day's worth of conversations on building this groundwork and really laying out what's transpiring. And, the overall theme is the global plantation and how we're going to dive into that. And I think it would be helpful to maybe start on the micro level and really look at the individual. And, you suggested by going into plants specifically. So, I mean, I would love to hear where you would like to start with that and how you feel it is appropriate to really dive into this, because it is such an overarching concept and that there is, you can really approach this on a macro scale, but I think it does really help to start at that individual level, that micro level, and lay sort of some of the groundwork with this. So, however you would like to take the floor with that, I'm all in for it.
Okay, well, and I'll ask for a bit of forbearance for a little bit as I lay out the argument, because I think it's necessary to put it in a coherent way. Mm-hmm. And from your studies in esoteric things about the significance of plants, how important it comes up in every spiritual tradition. And in some way, we don't pay enough attention to this. My argument is that we have to understand that in the evolution of the global context, that the concept of the plant is a critical one, and it's more important than people understand. And perhaps from an esoteric background, a lot of people might not understand that if we go back in the traditions, the idea was that we were evolved from plants. And that connection is there in a lot of traditions. We were very close to the plants. And I mean, we can see it in modern context with indigenous people and speaking to the plants and the doctrine of signatures, etc. And in scientific terms, there is an idea that we've all come from single-celled beings that went in different ways. So there's But before the theory of evolution in the middle part of the 19th century, there was a strong idea of this connection, even in scientific terms. And Goethe was the person who emphasized, and one of the people who emphasized the significance of plants and of morphology. And Darwin recognized his debt to Goethe, and he also influenced, if you look in contemporary context, Sheldrake and his theory of morphogenesis, and a lot of these theories go back to, in some way, to Goethe. We could also put in there fractals, the idea of a replication, and it goes back to a plant. And in particular, Goethe was in Palermo in Sicily, and he had a vision that he was trying to think about plants, and he had a vision or an insight, a sudden insight, that all plants came from one structure, from a leaf structure. Mm-hmm. So he identified that as the basis of all plants, and that there were variations, varieties of this plants or this archetypal plant. And this accords with a lot of esoteric traditions. If we look at the human body, it was often conceived in terms of branching networks. If we look at the nervous system, we often see in spiritual traditions an upside down tree or plant to represent the connection with the heavens. And it's, in many senses, that represents the concentration of the nervous system. If we look at it from around the brain down through the shoulders, it's like a tree upside down. And that's a material reflection of the idea that the heavens are a kind of upside down tree that connects with the trees on the ground. We have the tree of life, we have the Garden of Eden, we have the tree of good and evil, runs right throughout esoteric theology, philosophy, the idea of the plant. If we look at our language around today, words that we don't necessarily connect with plants. A clone came from a plant context. Germs come from plant context. Genes, study of genes, of course, goes Mendel and his study of plants. If we look back, the word semen means seed. It goes back to plant. So there's a deeper sense that the world was interpreted in terms of plants. Plants was the metaphor, the motif that was in their mind, and associated with that, planting, culture, cultivate. Are you a cultivated person? It's comparing you to the land and to something which grows. So this concept is ubiquitous. The amount of concepts that we're talking about, when we're talking about the culture wars, it's the idea of planting, of sowing, of reaping, of harvesting. And this manifests today when we're talking about data harvesting. The same language is there. So people don't kind of understand this how significant that is an argument that I would like to make. And when we're talking about transhumanism, we're talking about implantation. And it's no act implantation. We're talking about transplantation of people. When we're talking about prosthesis in the body, we're talking about, or skin grafting. It's from a botanical image. If we look back at, I know you're interested in music, and you see from a lot of the Irish tradition or English traditions, a lot of songs about Botany Bay. And Botany Bay, of course, was outside Sydney in Australia. You say Botany Bay, it was actually called Botanist Bay. Now you say, well, what's the connection? Because really the expedition, one of the important elements of the expedition with Captain Cook was the botanical expedition. So Solander and Banks and those people were interested in plants because plants were the essence of wealth in many senses. And one of the reasons why Australia became important, one of the strategic reasons, was because it had particular trees that would help the Navy in that area of the world, and it had flax, which was important. These were, if we cast our mind back, the things that were valuable then are things that we think are quite ordinary now. And associated with that, with plants, of course, are all the products that come from there: cotton, coffee, tea, indigo, opium, the whole lot. That trading system was based on the significance of plants. And there is a book on the cotton empire, which argues that the cotton, for example, is the most important commodity of the last, if you like, 1,000 years. You know, so you can take cotton, you can take silk, you can take opium, you can take cocaine, whatever. The world is surprisingly determined by cash crops, by commodities, by plants. So there's an economics and strategic significance. If we look at there is in all these contexts a spiritual, an esoteric path and a material path. Associated with plants, well, I won't go off on that tangent, is the idea which goes through spiritual traditions of the thread. And the thread, of course, often comes from a plant. And that idea is ubiquitous throughout spiritual tradition. And you see it in the Egyptians were linked with a thread to the sun god. It's the sutra man is inherent in Indian philosophy, spiritual tradition, in all native traditions of weaving, of weaving the world. The world was woven together. The word text is associated with weaving. These are the next generation of issues associated with the plant. Now, if we approach it from a mechanistic context, the first thing in the Industrial Revolution was about applying machines to plants, the spinning jenny, the cotton jenny, engine machine. It's about this conflict between the machine and the plant or the garden. And there's a stream of literary analysis in the United States called about the machine in the garden, about this concern that we had this garden of Eden, and here is this machine. We can see it. It's the classic driving force underneath Tolkien's work. He understands that this machine is coming in and it's attacking nature. His love was for trees and for nature, and he understood that this was the great battle, that the war was, after the Second World War was over, he said that the war is still going on. These are only manifestations of a bigger underlying war, machine, nature. And if you look at the telecommunications infrastructure and the energy infrastructure, it's all called plant. The pylons are called plant. The underground things are called plant. The power plant, and this is a serious. It's a serious image, metaphor. It's not accidental language, because what we have is a shift from the natural world to a mechanical world. And the idea is not just to have a balanced use of nature. The idea is to transform the planet into a mechanical system, a totally mechanical system, to turn the natural plant into mechanical plant. Now, this is an idea that's difficult for people to get. But when you begin to look at the language, the philosophy, the thinking, you begin to see that this is a serious explanation of the intent behind the success as well of understanding the world in terms of plants. So we shift from this idea that we have lived in a paradise or a garden. A garden is a critical positive image of paradise in all the traditions. Philip K. Dick talked about the palm tree garden as the ideal, if you like, for him, and that represents paradise. In the Kabbalah, you have the orchard, which represents a spiritual position, the Garden of Eden, if you like, and this is always subject to mechanical interference, to shifting from the organic to the mechanical. So if you look at people like John Lilly, and it's kind of now he was involved, of course, in many explorations of consciousness, originally because he was involved in brainwashing, effectively. That's what a lot of these guys knew what they're talking about, because they were involved in studies financed by the state authorities in the US, and out of that they came up with a kind of secondary element of contribution toward consciousness. But in The Scientist, and that he talks about the world being taken over by a solid state entity, that the system was moving towards an integrated life form, which would utilize all the natural resources of the planet to survive, and it would replace all the biosphere. So if you want, the technosphere replaces the biosphere, and you can see this in James Lovell, who has talked about the Nova scene, and he says, and I think he died this year. He said, now remember, he had the Gaia hypothesis, so he moved quite far. He moved quite far from there. He said that what's happening now is we're moving into a hyper intelligent mechanical, if you like, environment, whereby we will be to those machines as plants are to us. Now, what I want to make clear is that this is the idea. It's not just to improve. Well, and you can look at it two ways. You can say that we're allowing, or we are creating, or the people who will be gods among us are creating a new machine which they will control and be part of and utilize to improve their control over us, so that we will be effectively, as plants, fixed, not allowed to move, and effectively go through a process of reverse evolution, of de-evolution, because the idea was we went from plants up the scale of evolution. We're going backwards. We will be turned into plants through electronic means. And if you want to look in the crystal ball in the future, if we look at what the Russian cosmists said going back to the 19th century, some of the ideas, it's quite incredible, but it informs you about how they're thinking, that they believe that they would take control of the Earth so that the Earth would be able to move as a spaceship around the universe. And I mean, when your tax money is being spent firing missiles at asteroids, these things don't sound so strange, or you're well, so what's the game going on here? Now, I would suggest also, if you want to look at a vision of the planet in the future, it could look like a plant. It could look like the herb plants, and how it would do so would be that it's going to happen some stage that the planet will have a space elevator, and a space elevator is a classic idea that would take people out of the atmosphere to avoid the costs associated with having to project through the atmosphere, which is the greatest difficulty of escaping the Earth. So the idea is that we would have a space elevator that would take you up very, very quickly into space, and that would be the connection to build out. And that would effectively create a stem on the plant. It would create a stem on the Earth, if we begin to think of it in those terms, which is already surrounded by petals of satellite communications. Now, you might think that but actually, there is an idea of this translation of an esoteric image that's meant to be something else, that's meant to be about the evolution of our consciousness, into a concrete form that's understood by the left brain, and that is the consequence. So we're at a crossroads, as I've said before, in humanity, where we have to, as we get integrated, the more we get integrated, as we have things put in our body that integrate us into the system, we're changed. We begin to lose control. We begin to lose that free will that scientists are already denying. We begin to lose that consciousness that we have and become programmatic beings in a network. And this idea, it was laid out in cybernetics. They talked about the net. The net was the connection between systems. And it was inspiration came from looking at animals and humans and the brain. And the idea was that they would take there's two ideas in that. They would take the system of the body and apply it to the body politic. So the network of the body would be informed by creating a network in the world. So the upshot, and I can go on about that, but the upshot is that this plant idea is a critical one. It's a critical one. That's not an obvious one to understand. And the economic value of plants, the commercial significance of plants, the spiritual importance brings us to, or requires that we look at what's happening. And it is no surprise that the battlefield in the current global context is about agriculture. Who controls the land? Who controls what's happening? Now, as we've discussed before in relation to automaticity, the world is becoming automatic, and the farm system will become auto food context. And once that happens, well, then we begin to lose absolute control, because the pharmaceutical companies can begin to give you your medicine through the food system with approval, etc. It can, you can be, your constitution can be changed as well as the existing changes that they're trying to do. So I'd like to put that forward to understand, as we're talking about, or to suggest that we shouldn't underestimate the potency of the plant symbol motif, and to think of that as we're elaborating this concept, because a lot of the concepts in the current context go back to older concepts. And again, as we will talk about, if we look at a historical context, the antagonists who are very important, it refers to a plant. It refers to a plant they were identified. The War of the Roses, it's a plant image. It's totally recurrent, and there's a reason for that.
Absolutely. And, as you're talking about that, it's really connecting a lot of dots just about in terms of the individual and our sort of how we define ourselves. For me, right? I look at, take a forest, for example. You go into a forest, and, forests are always highly regarded as mystical places.
Yes.
You go into the forest and it's perceived as individual trees, right? You don't see the vastly interconnected root system underneath the ground. And if we are to look at ourselves as the plant, as the tree, we are the tree of life, and you sort of have that upside down tree, like we're the upside down tree, like you mentioned. It's sort of about what I'm looking at in terms of you have the tech, you have the transhumanism, and you have spiritual consciousness. Ultimately, it's how are we going to define ourselves? Are we going to recognize ourselves as having this vastly interconnected root system to a higher mind, to the spiritual consciousness, to that knowing of our true nature in that regard? Or are we going to build with the technology connecting to this cloud? And I think the symbolism of the cloud is very fitting for that, especially with the upside down tree. That's where we're connecting our roots to. That's where we're planting our seeds of who we're going to be with this transhumanism. And so I think that symbol of the tree in itself, and if we can really look at our own roots, and everybody talks about when in the self-discovery fields, look at your roots, uncover the root of who you are, plant seeds into what it is that you are actually how you want to define yourself, right? We're very much always using this symbology, really. And so for me, I look at that, and it's about first with the self-identification. Is it going to be in the spiritual consciousness, or is it going to be with the transhuman technological realm? Because it already, all you have to do is look in nature and see how we are mirrored in that sense, like if in the forest, right? And the vastly interconnected root system, like I'm saying. Or are we going to, as soon as we're connected to that cloud, we are part of this larger whole, this larger plant that is being artificially created, like you just mentioned. And I think that's a really interesting way to explore exactly what we're dealing with here, and how we can bring it onto the individual scale first, and really look at our own self-identification and going about how we want to interact with these systems and interact with this technology, and sort of understand how we ourselves are being connected to this larger budding flower, if you will. Like you mentioned, the petals are already out there flying the satellites. I go outside, I look at the stars, I see more and more satellites all the time. They're really increasing in numbers. So I found that to be a fascinating connection and motif to look at, because I think you're exactly right in terms of how
and as you're saying that, of course, it brings us to an appreciation of the human body. There's a lot of, in spiritual traditions, you can see in the Gnostic thing, there's a lack of love for embodiment, and this is a big issue. Now, I don't have this problem, and I disagree with a lot of the emphasis which begins to see the spiritual as disembodied. I'm not in favor of that. It's a big mistake. People like Eric Vogelin, for example, with a kind of strange view of what Gnosticism is, but he believed that a particular type of thinking from what he described as Gnostic, I don't think it's a correct description of Gnosticism, but an idea of this kind of disembodiedness can become very dangerous, and can lead to a mistake about who we are. And there's a lot of hatred of the body, and a deep kind of hatred of nature. There's a hatred of, whether it be fear about going in the sun, fear about going to water, fear about people, fear about human contact. And this is part of a mechanization of distancing, social distance, keeping away from other people. And the biome in our bodies, we are inherently related to, we're a constellation of natural forms within our body. They're all strange systems, as we know. in our body, whether you want to call it divinely made or evolved, it doesn't matter. It's still what we have. And there is in the technological movement a dislike of humans, which is getting worse, a deep misanthropy, and a deep hatred of nature. So these people that hate nature are telling you that they're going to protect the environment. Now, one has to be very skeptical about the claims and who's making the claims about these things. So I do think that a proper sense of the environment requires this type of love for nature, or appreciation of the natural forms. And in the natural forms are all the great medicines, for example, before the kind of Rockefeller model of medicine came along. The people had a great knowledge of how to use plants and how to use herbs, and there's a vast knowledge there that has been taken over and commodified, and there's a vast area of traditional environmental knowledge and traditional ecological knowledge that has been commoditized and turned into profit, into material form. So we've a lot to learn still from the natural form, and of course, if we have more respect for what sustains us, we can utilize it in a more imaginative way. There's a lot of ingenious farming systems, for example, that have been used. There's a lot of organic systems that integrate us into ecology. The implication of our technological society is it's going to take you out of nature. That's where it's going. If anyone doesn't understand that, the human is being taken out of nature. So you can say it's an accident. You can say that these wars just happen unexpectedly, even though they're predictable. And these increasingly these fears and scaremongering and diseases that they're concocting and making in the labs are accidental. They're designed to take you out of nature. They're designed to put you in, to make you dependent on the system, to integrate you into the system. It's funny, actually. I see that in Boston, they've developed a very successful variant of the coronavirus. And if you look at the name, and they actually released a video, about Needle, the National Institute, whatever, Needle, notice the word needle, called Treading the Needle. It goes back directly to the use of the golden thread, the thread idea. It's a perversion of that. So they released this video, Treading the Needle, explaining how great science is, that it's introducing more pathogens into the world. And it's a big business now. It's a huge business. Create the problem and then we'll provide a solution. It's ridiculous. So these people are doing that. And it's another funny little connection when you begin to look at them. The Bank of England, which is important in that, and the stock exchange, I think, as well in Britain. Where were they based? They're based at Threadneedle Street. It's quite incredible. Threadneedle. It's quite incredible. Anyway, that's another rabbit hole. I'll go down another time to explain that significance. But there is also a concept of the wood wide web, the wood wide web. The idea that they've understood that plants talk to each other, that plants communicate, that plants have systems that are able to communicate to each other. And the idea that we're talking about an international or an interconnected biosphere that's dominated by plants, and that we have to accommodate ourselves to and understand is a very important one. So these are the choices. If you hear a lot of the people, transhumanism, high tech, they say, oh, well, they keep saying this argument, which is a kind of colonial argument. You don't expect, give up that technology then if you think it's doing bad things, and we can't all be running around naked in the woods. You'll hear serious thinkers say this, and this is the same argument that they used when they were attacking indigenous people all around the world. It's a sinister argument if you put it in a historical context, and now it's been applied to us. So Yeah, I think I agree with you. What you've said, it does pull together or a scheme, if you like, to understand the conflict between the mechanical plant and the natural plant, and understanding the natural world.
Right, absolutely. And just looking at the foundation of our system, when you talk about the plantation, I mean, that from the very beginning in that word, it's the manipulation of nature, like you already said. Agriculture in itself is that direct human intervention, manipulating nature for the purpose of mechanization. And, certainly you could talk about the benefits of agriculture, and nobody's denying, the development of agriculture led to certain elements of human civilization. And there's a lot of positives you can take when you almost create that harmony with nature, and you use regenerative agricultural practices that are in alignment with that biosphere and with the world. But, we look at the direction that we're moving and how we are manipulating nature. And, now we're manipulating the weather, and we're manipulating all of these different elements, the food with pesticides and chemicals, and releasing of viruses, like you're saying, or creating of pathogens, like you were saying. It's interesting to think about, something you said really stuck about how we view the plants now. Ultimately, the tech that we're creating is we are going to be the plants to that tech, right? And it does really create the useless eaters. It creates all right, well, what is our actual role here? Are we just serving when we're in that space, we're just kind of being used as batteries, as energy. And that's something we talked about in previous podcasts, the role of manipulating human energy. And so, I look at the plantation from bring it back to that, from the historical context. It's like, all right, how were humans being used on the plantation then? How was nature being used on the plantation then? If you look back to slavery, you look back to the early agriculture in the Americas, and whether it was cotton, like we were talking about. And I think that really established even then, what the role of the human was moving forward. And somebody who's stuck on the plantation, there is no freedom outside the plantation. That is a very telling picture for what we're moving into, only with a highly technologically advanced lens. It's dystopia, Big Brother nightmare in a lot of ways. And so I think to really look at that historical context can be telling, and give sort of a picture of how are humans viewed by this technological system. Because a lot of people, I don't know if the people who are working on these technologies are just ignorant to what they're creating. Ultimately, I tend to believe that's a lot of the case. They don't necessarily think about these concepts and what the technology represents, in a sense. But with the creation of these technologies, we really need to look at, it's like, all right, what role and purpose is it serving? And what role and purpose am I creating for myself with the implementation of this new system, these new schemes? And it's fulfilling this particular agenda. And, being stuck, I think it looks like we're creating an inescapable plantation, in a sense, because the global smart grid and the global satellites, AI, all of this is very much going to trap the human within that cloud that we are creating, and that web we are creating. And so it's a dystopian look, I would say, but it's fast approaching, and something we need to actually acknowledge. The foundation of it has already been, it's already well established, I would say, and it's already well ingrained within our individual minds first, just based on how we view ourselves and how we view our relation to the world, and I'd say ultimately relation to the system in a lot of ways.
Yeah. I'll take up the point about plantation that you mentioned, but just one point, to answer the last point about it's already established. It started really in the 1850s, as we can talk about, in this technological process. So a lot of people, I hear recently, a lot of people who are critical of a lot of things believing in some way that it's going to go away now. They're getting falsely optimistic. They're saying, oh yeah, the globalists are on the run and all this nonsense. And it made clear to me that they have no idea what's happening. They really have no idea. Now, I'm not saying it's easy, because it's taken me a long time to put all the things together. I knew where certain answers were, but it's taken a long time. And one thing I would draw attention to, which contextualizes this, on September the 12th, you probably saw that executive order, which explained that your tax money is going to fund a situation that a government will be able to intervene directly in your cells. That's what it has said. That's what's in the executive order. And they're going to give your tax money to fund more research, so that, which of course it will be corporations, that's where your tax money goes, will be able to directly intervene. So this is the idea that I've talked about before, that the gene, the genetic sequence, is becoming information system that they can program, and that's what they intend to do. So it's too late for any wishful thinking about being a nice thing, because, and we've talked about before, I promote the love and light thing, but we're dealing with psychopaths. We're dealing with a psychopathology, and they're not nice people. They're clever people, but they're not nice people. And you can't, when you're dealing with that, apply principles that don't accept that proposition, accept that that's what they want to do, accept that this system is drawing them together in order to lord it over us. These are the type of people that are ideal in the establishment of such systems of control. They attract these deliberately. So any kind of false hope doesn't happen. So as well as love and light, I'd put law in that. Now, I'm not talking about man-made law, but there is in the esoteric tradition a sense underneath all the perennial philosophy that there is a redeeming law in the universe, that there is a proper way to do things. C.S. Lewis called it the Tao. He referred to the Tao to include Christian principles or whatever. That's what all the traditions say. And associated with that, there is a sense of divine justice, if you like, that will come into play, that you cannot escape the consequences of your actions. But that may happen over a long period of time. It behoves us to act in relation to pay attention. And that's a critical thing. We don't really have, I think a crucial period is between 1863 and 1963. I think there was a century of a kind of modern period. It won't be modernity in the way I'll define it after, but a modern period which was 100 years to change human civilization on a global level. And it went from there, and now we're into a different period because that foundation has been well laid. And from there, we're in a situation where we're very far behind. But that having been said, the great power that we do have in a positive sense is the activation of our spiritual consciousness, because that is far superior to these systems that mathematics comes up against a brick wall and incompleteness. And if we go back to one of the founders of the cybernetics, Alan Turing, his famous paper in 1936 about where he anticipates machines, and he anticipates, if you like, the computer age. But he also says that there's certain things, he's called it a halting problem. There's certain things that prove that there is incompleteness there. And I believe that the incompleteness in mathematics is pointing to the superior possibilities of consciousness itself to triumph over these things. But we have to activate it. So it's a crucial part of the story that we activate consciousness. So all the stuff, if the world has been taken over in that sense, and you might argue that, well, what's the point in all this spiritual tradition? The point is that you can't get away from the need for your own efflorescence to move on to the seed within you, the spiritual seed, to move to the next chain. the development to expose yourself to the spiritual light and spiritual water, so that we can grow in the soil that we exist in. But as well as that, this is the healing mechanism to balance this madness that has come from a left brain context, as you said, doesn't see, which explains, if you like, what you're talking about, doesn't see the flowing, integrated whole picture of it. So, yeah, shall we have a go at you were talking about the plantation. Is there any points that you want to approach the plantation issue from?
You know, I mean,
issues?
I would say when I think of just plantation in general, right, I think it can be helpful to approach it from that lens first. Like, what is the plantation in particular that we're moving into? I mean, you can look at it from the historical context and the sense of slavery. And I think a lot of people have that image in mind when they hear plantation, right? And so, and I think it's applicable. So what this sort of global plantation, or, you know, what a plantation is, I would say in particular, what it is, how it relates to the individual in particular. If we are the plant, right, and we're going to continue to use this metaphor, how is it that we are being harvested within a plantation? What is our role within the plantation? Like, right, what is the I would say the individual role within the plantation, and how we ultimately recognize our place within that now. And I would say how that's already developing, because I think, like we kind of already alluded to, the seeds of it have been planted, right? The seeds for the plantation it's well I'd say the fruits of it are already sprouting in a lot of ways, right? So I think that could be a helpful approach, and sort of, you know, looking at it from that lens and trying to approach it from that, and, you know, going from there.
There is recently, when I developed me analysis where plantation is important, and recently I see that there is a lot of re-examination of plantation. There is an effort, for example, by some theorists to say that what we experienced was the plantation. It doesn't sound good, but the plantation scene, as in a Nova scene, plantation scene was what we experienced, and they use that as an all-encompassing, totalizing view. So it's getting near where I am, but there's particular differences. And here I come with a European or an Irish perspective to qualify it, because I think a lot of the American theorists are getting it wrong because of the particular historical conditions. So first of all, of course, plantations for most people are associated with the horrific African-American transatlantic, which is important, slave trade in North America, South America, in the Caribbean, Jamaica, etc. That was a critical and awful history. That's a central manifestation of a plantation economy, and this is a difficult bit, because people then claim that you're taking away the importance. But plantation was a policy that goes back to the Egyptians, goes back to the Romans, the Persians. It's an ancient tradition. So that's an important thing. And the people involved in plantation knew that was the case. So it's a mistake to limit it to that worst case. And it's not. I'm showing solidarity with the people who experienced that, but I want to emphasize that it's a longer tradition. So we have a modern form of plantation. If we ignore the Romans and all that, because the Romans did it all the time to get food for themselves, to get land. They brought people, the colony, that's what to colonize. And still people use the word colony about little pieces of land to colonize. The imperial system was based on the necessity of getting food. You had the plantations, olive plantations in Spain. Some of there's trees there that are still a couple of thousand years old that were planted in the Roman plantations. You can see them. You can see them still. The grapes, the vines. We're talking about a plantation system associated with the Romans. So, I mean, if you look at the figures, I think the figure I read for the amount of slaves in the whole period of the Roman Empire was 100 million people. So are we to ignore them? Are they just because it's so long ago, we ignore all that ancient tradition of and I believe that figure to be true. So these were real people, and at various times in Italy, a huge majority of the people were slaves. So I mean, the tradition of slavery is ancient, but the tradition of slavery associated with plantation. So it's a particular form of plantation that happened in the United States. The African slave trade started off with the Portuguese and the Dutch first and foremost, and King Henry the Navigator was one of the leaders, and they began when they discovered Madeira in the 15th century. They began to utilize a model there, and then of course, when it went to the United States, it developed in a very particular form associated with the triangle of trade, as we know, moving products from Africa to the United States and back to Europe, and the sugar and cash crops, and the particular use of cash crops, sugar and rum and indigo and cotton, and these became crucial commodities. And the people, the horrific transportation of people from Africa was done as a source of labor. That was an economic decision, that this was cheap labor. There was also a very strange theory. Well, not the theory was that evolved from that was that the plantation system was a function of climate. This is quite it's there in all the literature. The argument until the mid-20th century, until it was examined again by certain sociologists and historians, one in Carolina, they said that the reason why we have plantations is because the people in the Northern Hemisphere can't survive this kind of tropical heat. So that's why they take people from, that was one explanation afterwards. It wasn't the reason why they used them, but he noticed climate and the use of climate for a spurious motive, which is another interesting dimension to it. So, but where did that system come from in its modern form? The first plantations really, or the main plantations, and you could find examples in Wales. This was the way the Normans worked. They went into a place, they established a base, and then they began to manage agriculture. But in the Tudor period in Ireland, they began to establish what they call plantation. So there was plantation of Laois and Offaly. There was later the plantation of Ulster, the plantation of Munster, and these were deliberate policies. Now, a great supporter of plantation system was Francis Bacon, and he describes that. And so I'm not making this a racial issue, but just to contextualize the full extent. If you want to, the Irish people, in many senses, are the whitest of the white people because they don't have a lot of melanin in their skin. Red-haired, it has the biggest percentage of, or had the biggest percentage of red-haired people. And friends that I have, I couldn't believe, I used to believe them when I was smaller. They could get sunburned through a shirt. Their skin was so sensitive. So, but these were the people that suffered from the first plantations in Ireland. They were put off the land. There was a campaign which is recognized as genocide in the 1500s. And this was a plantation system, which I don't see adequately treated in the concept of the technique of plantation. So in this context, if we come to the plantation of Ulster, which is where all the problems have come from, it's a colonial issue. Now, I'm not blaming the people that were planted there, because a lot of the people that are planted don't have a lot of say in the issue. They're told there's land here, come and get it. And the same thing in the United States. If you look at the United States, of course, we had Virginia, the Virginia company, the London company, which sets up. So the model is you set up a corporate entity that plants the land. So the religious people going to the United States were not the people that established the system. It was a corporate enterprise. And it's more significant than that. So they came and took advantage or came into that vehicle that was provided there, but it was a corporate enterprise essentially. As continuing with that, like, if you like, the pirate system, which was a corporate privateers. So, and another amazing thing, if you look at Massachusetts, what happened was the system, the constitutional system that was set up there was based on the corporate governance system. They copied the way their independent corporate system was developing. So the political model copied the corporate structure that was evolving at that time. And if you think about board of governors, it's a table, it's wood, it goes back to the original thing. A bank is a bench. That's what it means. It goes back to the original thing. Boats, barca in Spanish, goes back to the simple, the whole lot of them. They go back to the thing. Now, of course, a board, a table, doesn't run. It's the people around it. It's the circle of people around, the loop of people around it. But so that as well as the awful African American tradition of plantation, it fits into that context. It fits into a policy and technique of plantation. Now, this idea also explains the movement of different people. So if you want to maintain the question you ask is about why is there, how is it seen? One of the ideas is to, it's planting people. The plantation first, in many sense, is the plantation of people. So in the context of Ulster, they're bringing in people. By at that stage, the Reformation had happened. So they're planting with Protestant people. And the benefit of that is that you have an inherent tension that will ensure that you can divide and conquer. It will ensure that you have a group of people who have different interests and that you can stay back and let the planted people fight with each other, for example. There is a structure of divide and conquer, which goes back to the Romans, an ancient struggle in there. So, and then the plantation of crops was associated because there was another idea. If you look at Australia, so they come to Australia and Captain Cook comes there and they say, look, a free land, there's no people here. Of course there was people there. There was the Aboriginal people there that probably came there 50,000 years ago that had art from 40 and 50,000 years old, the oldest cultural contributions, some that we have in the world. Mm-hmm. So why did they say there was no people there? Well, there's a legal doctrine called terra nullius, which says that if there's no people there, you own the land. So that led to a racist doctrine which said, these are not people. They can't be regarded as people. So therefore, we're entitled to the land. And if they are people, they're not really people because they don't cultivate the land. They don't do agriculture because civilization requires that you do agriculture, and therefore they're not entitled. So that was the doctrine that was there for hundreds of years. It was overthrown in a case in the 90s, the Mabo case in Australia, which recognized that certain lands were still owned by the Aboriginal people. It was a revolutionary decision by the High Court in Australia, and it overturned this doctrine, which this inherently racist doctrine that had sustained this idea. But Australia, again, used as a prison colony. They transplanted people, prisoners, to develop this system as a strategic base. The Dutch were involved heavily in this. The Dutch were the first people that brought the slaves over, of course, to the colonies, and then started in this. The Dutch had their plantations in an East India context as well. And this is where we get out. They go out there, they learn the knowledge of indigenous plants, they take it back to Amsterdam. This is where we get the great rise in kind of apothecaries, in medicine, in chemicals, in understanding how to transport plants. in the evolution of the zoo, which would be is the model for our future, of the evolution of greenhouse, as we still see important greenhouse gas, the idea of acclimatization. Acclimatization becomes important. Okay, if we take a plant from Java, we can bring it back to Amsterdam, and if we look after it under glass, whatever, well then we can still grow it. So from there becomes an idea that we can alter the environment to suit particular purpose. We can alter the conditions when you're talking about the technological cloud, and that you can create the conditions around. But the point is that plantation was a model which was facilitated by imperialism and colonialism. It was the essence of colonialism, which was done through corporate models, corporate vehicles, which were for profit, which in the United States context involved a lot of the people involved in them, like J.S. Mill and people that my friends in America quote as the great heroes of liberty. They all worked for plantation companies. If you look back at Hobbes and all these guys, all these theorists that my friends in the United States always told me were the great basis. These were the people that these were the people that gave liberty, that defined liberty. They're all involved in this system. So the liberty was for certain people. The property rights were for certain people. When you're reading what some of these people are saying, they're talking about rights for their class, for their caste, and a lot of serious intellectuals haven't looked sufficiently at the historical context to understand this technique of plantation is ubiquitous. And you can say, well, okay, that's a historical thing that's gone. I was reading about the origins of the NSA in the United States, and there's books written quite a while ago, long before Snowden, explaining how serious this was. And of course, all the computing developments really came from investment in military resources, and they were the basis of a lot of the supercomputers, computers, except we know that, DARPA, the whole lot. But one little example, when they came in the 1950s to develop a supercomputer in the military context as they did, they were looking for names for it. So they were looking for the names of the system to harvest all, and it became harvest, I think, to harvest all the information as they do, the plant image, the changing it. This is getting back to answer your question. What does it mean now? To harvest. The original name they were going to call it was plantation. And the reason they didn't use the word, now this is the 1950s, the reason they didn't use the word plantation was because that was taken already by the White House. The White House used plantation as a secret code or password in the context of relocating government in the event of emergency at that time. Mm-hmm. So the two major aspects of the military-industrial complex, were both the executive and the military-industrial complex in its operational form, had plantation as a key concept in their mind, which vindicates to me the persistence of this idea. So if you look at, for example, the movement, now I'm all in favor of people, globalization, movement of people, I don't have an issue about that. But if you look at the remarkable alteration in population flows, and you look at the fact that people like Peter Sutherland, who, head of Goldman Sachs, head of British Petroleum, European Commissioner Competition, etc., a real insider, Bilderberg, right in the heart of all these things, founder, Director General of the World Trade Organization. All of a sudden, he became very interested in human rights, which he was never interested in, really, and, about the movement of people. And you say, well, why? And he also said before the House of Lords in 2012 that Britain, which is very diverse, was too homogenous, had to change that. And you say, well, where does that come from? Where does that idea come from? And it comes from, I believe it comes from this wider idea of moving. You don't want a homogeneous population. because a homogeneous population of any sort, of any cultural context, will oppose this centralization of power, where they begin to say, well, you don't have any rights, you're nobody, you don't have any roots, you don't have any tradition. You were saying about how people see us. It's quite clear. They see us as animals. It's quite clear from the World Economic Forum. You're an animal. And that tradition is quite clear. In the colonization of America, this is made clear in the historical analysis in the book called White Trash. The idea was that you would get rid of a lot of the scum from Europe, the white scum, and that view never changed. They were getting rid of. So people think, so this argument about whiteness, for example, is a bit of a misnomer, because they hated the lower classes. It's a class issue. This is a thing that Marxists used to be interested in. They've abandoned it because a lot of the left have been taken over in a progressive neoliberalism. So nobody talks about the working class anymore. It's not even on the agenda, because they're not interested, because they're not genuine Marxists even in those terms, because we were, in respect to the people who did fight for workers' rights, wherever they be classifiable, they believed in that class issue. And that's been taken out of the agenda. So instead of focusing on that class of controllers of capital, of systems, of communications, of tech billionaires, they have created a big blunderbuss approach where you're responsible for Evan. It was you. You should be guilty for what you did, for causing all that thing. I should be guilty. Everyone should be, it's not the specificity of these people. They're still doing the same thing that they did, but they are creating a diffuse blame game to take attention to the fact that they're doing it now, and they're doing it in a greater degree. The success of this plantation model comes to a situation where to answer your question, now it's consciousness that are planting. So if we look at the last point, if we look at what happened in Africa in the Berlin conference, if we look, funny enough, if you look at September 12th, it's a bad day, if you like, an inauspicious day, or auspicious if you're one of those guys, to announce that they're going to get into your cells, because it was on September the 12th, just before the conference in Brussels, where King Leopold, who was responsible for the death of millions of people in Africa, and particularly in the Congo, where he announced on September the 12th, same day as Biden did his executive order, that they were going to civilize Africa. They were going to move in to bring civilization, to bring progress. This is what progressivism is. And a lot of people, young people, don't understand this. They were bringing progress to Africa, and they were going to do so. And the way they do it, of course, is by the same thing as the Normans did: establish stations, go in, and then begin to extract. This is the same process they're using in human consciousness. All they have to do is establish the stations in your body, little entry points, and then here's a little thing, wearables inside the body, a little chip in your hand, etc. And then it's colonizing your consciousness, as Yuval Noah Harari said. And last point, Apocalypse Now, we know, was based on Heart of Darkness by Conrad, and it's about this movement into like the Congo, for example, moving in, and that darkness of this perverted notion of progress, and the horrific genocide that they've caused consistently in the Congo. It's horrific, which Roger Casement, a nobleman from Dublin, wrote the reports on that. The same thing they did in the Amazon, the rubber trade and the horrific corporate exploitation in the Amazon. So in the Heart of Darkness, we have Kurtz, which is the crazy representative, the dark side, the shadow side of the European, not the general European, of this specific mentality. We're going to go in, exploit you. We're going to use, we won't go into all the horrific detail. This model is what's being applied to your consciousness now. The Heart of Darkness is the bit that they don't know of you. They are going into you, into your consciousness, through making us dependent on technology, through drawing all the things together so that you can't exist unless you connect up to this system, to the technosphere, to this network, to the web. Unless you're drawn into that, you won't be able to survive. So, it's great growing all your own vegetables and all that, but really, you're not going to be able to do these things. You're not going to be allowed to do these things. Live out in the country, they're coming to get you. That's in the plant. They're not going to let. And John Lilly talked about people living in glass domes. I see that as a very real possibility. So to summarize, the plantation model is a consistent historical, imperial, and colonial methodology that involves plantation of people, crops, particularly cash crops, single crops that can be brought back to metropolitan areas, plantation as well of ideas. If we look in the propagandistic context, and the implantation of philosophies, ideologies, the way worldviews, which is transmuting into actual implantation by devices, transhumanism. So transhumanism is not something new. It's the product, the efflorescence of this long, or mycelium, if you like, of underground network, like in the mushrooms, one of the greatest living organisms on the planet. It goes back to these things. And we have to understand that total historical continuity in a spirit of unification, so that we look at and value, say, the awful experience of African American slavery, but also in the European context, like the colony in the Irish context. Before that, in Wales, a similar thing happened. Now, I'm not talking we can't go back in history, but we should learn. And this is what Tolkien was talking about, and why he was going back to the Anglo-Saxon, who had also come over from another country there before the Normans came. But he was going back to identify a particular methodology that is of long continuity, that is part of the future. And okay,
well, you can continue. No, it's captivating. I mean, and what you're speaking to, I think what it brings to mind for me is recognizing exactly what we live under now is we already live under a global plantation, in the sense, because you look at the United States, for example. I mean, people don't realize it is the corporation of the United States, or United States of America Incorporated, right? There is a corporate body that is really in control of what we think of as a sovereign nation, right? And how this ultimately operates. The moment, as I am born into this country, I'm given a birth certificate. I am viewed as a product of commerce. I am a commodity. I am not a sovereign individual, or at least viewed in the lens of this corporate government, right? I'm not viewed as a sovereign individual. I'm not viewed as somebody with natural rights. I'm viewed as a commodity, and I'm signed away the moment I'm born to be a product of this larger overall system. And we're seeing that take place, and it's not just unique to the United States. Certainly, I mean, you could look at what in Europe and Western nations in particular, and China, and how they're all organizing, and especially the growing technocracy and measures that are already present in China is very much a glimpse into what's in the future for the West. But it's always been an illusion that we were not already viewed in a within a plantation as it is, right? I mean, all of these countries, they are interconnected through I guess their own network, their own web that they've created that is connected to this cloud, this technological cloud we talked about earlier. But where, something like globalization, you see people going all over the globe, and I'm with you. I think there are beauties to recognizing the global consciousness that is present. It's very obvious that a global consciousness is emerging, and we have the option to recognize it in the spiritual sense, or if we're going to follow the technocratic game plan in that. But people are moved like a commodity all over the place. I mean, a lot of the migrants, they end up being You see war-torn areas or people coming from Mexico over into the United States and a lot of South American countries. A lot of that it's deliberate, like it's planned out ahead of time to get these people to come and to migrate into these specific areas. But it's for that purpose of commerce. It's for that purpose of globalization and the economic aspects of that, and feeding into this much larger system. And so, we really do lose the roots of who we are when we are flooded into a new area or forced into a new area. I mean, you see that same history that you talked about earlier. You also see the Native Americans in the United States, which is the same type of thing that happened in Australia, very similar to the Native Americans in America, right? And 99% of that population, I mean, you could argue that's a genocide. I don't know if you won't see it called a genocide in an American history textbook necessarily, but it's very evident that that's what took place. So it's very telling to look at how we are defined within this system, and it's very obvious that all of these areas that we define our lives by, economy, money, commerce, all of these different elements of what makes up the system now, it's clearly going into digitalization. It's clearly going that route. So even if we are attempting to quote unquote escape this system or find loopholes or live off of the land or, invest in the off grid, whatever it may be. And, a lot of those are, I'm not saying they're not worthy causes. We do need alternative solutions and people to buy into different ideas. But in the same time, the system is so infringing and so all encompassing based on what we even view as reality. There is no escaping it in the purest sense of the word. And so, I mean, I look at that and everything you were just connecting, like that global plantation is already here in so many ways. The corporate entity is the governments. It is the large scale institutions. It is the World Economic Forum, the World Health Organization. All of these are part of a much larger corporate entity. And it's very much an illusion that there is a separation into the corporation and into the game that they're playing. It feeds into a much larger entity. And I think people are beginning to become aware of that. But even then, they want to find what is the corporate entity, find the specific person or group responsible. And it's not necessarily easy to do that. And I don't know if it makes a difference so you can pinpoint one person in particular, because it is so all encompassing, but it speaks to the plantation nature that is already present and ever infringing upon who we are, definitely.
Yeah, and when you talked about the Native American experience there, you reminded me that if you look at the early reservations in the United States, they were called Indian plantations. And I looked at it recently, and I've studied it a lot over the years. And I wrote about these issues in an International Referee Journal. But they were called Indian plantations. So the reservations are plantations. You're planting the people. And we know Oklahoma was on the Trail of Tears. It was a planting of the Native Americans. So this is a pervasive technique that people have to understand. And one of the people who expressed this in the 19th century was Thomas H. Huxley, who is the Darwin's bulldog, pro-evolution, founded the X Club to infiltrate organizations, to dispirit discourse so that only the scientific model would come, who articulated the idea of agnosticism. Now, people don't understand about agnostics. They say, oh, well, I'm not an atheist, I'm agnostic. And they have a particular view of that. But agnostic is the opposite to gnosis. That's what it is. And his particular description of what agnosticism is was, he said that you couldn't believe in anything unless you could scientifically prove it. Now, what does that leave you with? No, a lot of things we cannot, we can't prove love or altruism or whatever like that. So when people say, oh, well, I'm agnostic, they should look actually at what they're claiming, what they're actually committing themselves to, because it was a very specific history. And he, of course, was associated with scientific racism, the real dangerous racism. It was from that period that criminalization of homosexuality in the British Empire didn't come from the Catholic Church. I hear people saying all the time, "Oh, it's the church did it." It came from the imperial rules in the 1860s and 1870s after the theory of evolution, when they had particular ideas about the need for, or the type of men they wanted in the empire. And most of the legislation around the world came from that imperial base. People don't understand it, because they have an argument that annoys me recently, Evan, is oversimplification of religious history. A lot of the, I'm a critic of the churches, but you hear this argument, it's standard. Now they're talking about Christo-fascism. They're talking about, all the Abrahamic religions as if they're all one, and they say they said this particular thing. The Catholic Church was just this one thing, and they forget that the culture that they're living in, the positive things, the rights, the ideas of rights, etc., came from those things. So people are being used and steered by certain agendas to take away the fabric of conceptions of human dignity. It's a very dangerous game, and when I hear intellectuals doing that now, I get it's lazy, and it's common. It's easy in the United States. I hear them. You can make, and these are things we're familiar with in Ireland for a long period of time. You can make an argument about all Catholics, Catholics in inverted commas, and there's certain implications that they all have certain beliefs and they're responsible for all these things. But if you look back at, and I've been looking again at the analysis of the Crusades and some of these, and again you see the same people that are still with us, that haven't got a bad rap in it. They're still, which we can talk about in a minute. But Huxley explained the garden metaphor. So when you reject the Garden of Eden or whatever, like the metaphor, or the Garden of Paradise, the idea that we are in a paradise already, the idea that of the Great Spirit, the idea of this beautiful natural planet that we're on, and you come with this dominating left brain, psychotic, mechanistic, manipulative, libido dominandi, as they call it, that desire, and then you have science, which especially if you're some kind of obsessive nutter that takes away the unpredictability of the world that you don't like. It gives you control. It gives control in a kind of psychotic, pathological sense, when it's driven to control things, to control other people, to limit things, to take away that doubt that they don't like, to give them some, to know what the world will be like, to dominate nature, to squeeze and torture nature, etc. So Huxley said that, well, it's like a garden. He was talking about the empire. So we have to go to, when he was talking about the United States, we go over there. Now, this is after a lot of it had been done, but he's explaining the philosophy in the 19th century. And we extirpate the weeds. And of course, the weeds would be the Native American people, or in particular, they extirpate the weeds. Now, in the Irish context, they were eradicating them. The objective initially was to eradicate them, but they were unsuccessful over a period of time. But so they were extirpating them in the United States to take out the weeds, and then to create the conditions for the system that was being planted. So it was to dominate nature. So that quite clearly then in the mid-19th century, they're explaining that they want to totally control the environment. So one of the things that, it's not just that they want to destroy the people there, the indigenous people, to be race, or it's not just that. They want to totally control the nature. They want to dominate with the will. Now, a person that realized this was Dostoevsky. He came to London in 1861. Now, 1863 is a critical turning point. There was a lot of things that we can talk about that some other times. It's very interesting. But he came to London and he went to the great exhibition in the Crystal Palace. And he looks around the thing, and he was a very astute man. And he looked around and he said, I don't understand what's happening here. This is the future. The controlled environment, the Crystal Palace, divorced from nature. And worshipping Baal. He believed that there was evident in this a kind of ancient Babylonian worship, which informed this mechanistic ideas. And there's some people believe that the word machine and mechanistic goes back to that period. There's discussion about that. So he saw that, and that changed him. And that this period was a big and important period, because just after the theory of evolution, and then we began to get this idea of later on about Superman, the new man, new woman, dominating, liberated, the Faustian idea, going back, developing from Goethe, where they were going to control. This new individual was going to show the nature of what it was. It was going to use technology. It was going to subjugate weaker people. And this informed both Nazism and the Bolsheviks. The Bolsheviks were heavily influenced by Nietzschean ideas. They didn't want to afterwards to celebrate that because of his connection with the Nazis, but they were influenced by this. The Russian cosmists were. So we have this idea that took hold that we are going to the human will is going to dominate. And this next stage of evolution is by us taking the reins, seizing power over nature, over people, to use this sorcerous idea of the will to power, of will, as Aleister Crowley talks about the will, do what thou wilt, that the will being the most important. So associated with that is an inherent privileging of curiosity, because it doesn't matter. It's kind of like the crazy person who likes cutting up cutting up animals or whatever like that enjoys that. It's that kind of pathological curiosity. It doesn't matter what you're curious about. Finding the answer is the most important thing. And you have all these, the Rothschilds were the greatest zoologists, collectors. They had these vast collections of animals, huge. I mean, when you look at all the beauty in glass cases, there's a kind of perversion about, they say, well, it's scientifically useful, this classification, but have all these people out around the world getting paid to put the living thing in glass cases behind the screen, to put it in the dead zoo, of the Natural History Museums. This was a part of this this collection mentality. And there was, again, in 1863, 1963, in 1963, there was a book by John Fowles called The Collector, about a guy who imprisons a woman, basically. The implication is that it's this imprisoning idea which is behind this collection materialist idea, that you want to confine it, you want to imprison it. And that was a kind of anticipation, an artistic anticipation of what was to come, that this mentality will imprison us. There's no question. And not only will it imprison you, I mean, in the Irish context, prison was a fairly normal thing. It wasn't strange for people to be, so they've been there, done that. But this isn't just about that. This is about seeking to imprison your consciousness and your soul. And they believe that the thing that you call spirit, they believe that they can confine that, they can bring it into. And this is the classic warning from all the traditions, whether you take out Satanism or the Ahrimanic analysis. It's turning you into material form, making you, when Satan says to Jesus, you can have all this material world, or the Ahrimanic principle of that Steiner talks about, science would be that great material force, or even in people that I think people get misunderstood. Teilhard de Chardin talked about this forming this kind of crystallized sense. There's this idea they love structure. They want things to be. They don't want Evan McDermott doing his own thing. They don't want it sitting on a mountain. They don't want any of that, because that's unpredictable. That's strange. That's, you might grow and have strange ideas and all that. We don't want that. We want you to be predictable. And two people that I think people get it wrong about Terence McKenna and Timothy Leary. Now remember that Timothy Leary had this idea of SMILE, which was about space exploration, intelligence expansion, so on. It was the classic transhumanist idea. He was a transhumanist. All the things he's talking about is aiding the body by prosthesis. He was an advocate really of the transhumanist movement, and so was Terence McKenna. So this is a strange thing. Terence McKenna saw the next stage of evolution as based on prosthesis. So although he was a botanist as well, of course, and the last point on this, if you look at a lot of the great botanists, the people that went to the Amazon, they are often, now put the allegations have been made, I cannot not put it, but if you look at a lot of them, they were working with the government. They were looking for certain products. All these great people that went on expeditions, they were looking for strategic advantage, and they may come up with some product, some observation that enables them to appear to be loving nature, but they were in the system as well. The same with all the colonial guys going out doing the experiments. I'm not against. I'm not saying that that's all wrong, but really, when you look specifically at the history, botany, and there's a lot of critical stuff now about botany. Botany, if we go back to Carl Linnaeus, the great Swede who started with taxonomy, organize your stuff, put it into categories, put it into compartment, put the thing into organizing. This created a mindset of control that continues today, and the imperial systems got better and better at controlling, so that now they want to control everything that you do, not just the money system, but what you will do when you're planted in your own home, in the insulated home that they'll make you have, so that you'll be able to survive when they tell you that it's too dangerous to go outside to breathe the air because the air is bad. And that will happen too. Mark my words, it will happen, because they want you to be fixed. They want you to be controlled. But that plantation idea is pervasive.
I was going to say, it almost reminds me of an inverted attempt to replicate the story of the Garden of Eden itself, and to really become God in the fullest sense. I mean, and that's what Noah Yuval Harari speaks about directly, how humans will become gods through this sort of technological revolution and lens. But in order to do that, I guess they have to look at, all right, what are the weeds currently within our garden? And that is the human spirit. That is the unpredictable nature of mankind. I mean, this past week, I've been coming back to the George Orwell quote from 1984, "They fear love because it's something that they cannot control." It's that same idea. The true spiritual consciousness is something that cannot be controlled. It's not something that you can explain with a rational lens. And so in that sense, if you're creating this perfect technocratic Garden of Eden where everything is under perfect control and you are the God, you can't have anything that is unpredictable in its nature. You need to be able to quantify and measure and have the perfect ratios for all of it, right? Everything is under your direct control, direct observation. And so as they sort of, I guess, go into this new frontier of exploration, in a sense, where you're right, they've already shown that they can control the human body and mind, in a sense, and really manipulate how we act and behave and the emotions that we're feeling. And they've shown that they can already manipulate those things. And now that last form of manipulation, if you're going to look at, I mean, I don't like to simplify the human being into the three categories, but you have mind, body, spirit, right? I mean, that's sort of generally you could categorize it under one of those three, even though it is one whole unified system. Mind, body, spirit. They've already, mind, body, kind of already imperialized. And so now how do you imperialize the spirit? And it's through this plantation system, like you already talked about. And I think we've already seen the plantation of the body, plantation of the mind throughout history, and like you were talking about. And so now this imperialistic conquest is only continuing, and it's doing what it's always done. And now there's the opportunity to take that full control of the human being and create this dystopic vision, and and ultimately eradicate what they view as the weeds and what they view as the uncontrollable elements of their Garden of Eden. And it's I think ultimately that makes us the useless eaters. You're right, I can't go sit on a mountain and meditate or come up with some creative ideas, because that doesn't fit into that game plan. It doesn't fit into that perfect, this domed little world, a little reality bubble that they would like to control and manipulate. And so and we're seeing it in all areas of our life, like we already mentioned earlier. And that's I think that paints a really good picture for what we're moving into and how this plantation ultimately works and kind of infringes. But it's the growing need for control. That's what these people are seeking. But the thing about control and power is it's an illusion. You can never truly have enough of it when you're seeking it. And so what is the final game plan, their end solution? I mean, it's the eradication of mankind in its totality. I mean, that's the obvious end goal. I mean, if we're viewed as weeds now and useless eaters now and animals that they can use for experimentation on now, it seems very clear what kind of picture that paints for the future of mankind. Not to be completely dystopic in my vision here, but it seems very evident.
Oh, it mightn't be that nice, Evan. You can only die once. That's not the worst thing in the world. But they have said for 100 years that the human population, the ones not in the scientific class, would be experimented upon. Quite clear. They've said it. Bernal said that in his book, The World of Flesh and the Devil. That's what's happening to the people. And what he said, to remind us from 1929, was that scientific corporations would take over the world by stealth, and you went along with it or you didn't. If you didn't, you would become a member of the human zoo. And now, this idea of the human zoo, you say, oh, well, that's just some quote you picked out of context. There are theorists, German theorists, philosophers, respected philosophers, talking about the Mention Park, that they're accepting, and there are ethicists who are saying we have to accept that we're going to live in a human zoo. They're saying this. It's unbelievable. A lot of people don't pay attention to what's going on in academia, but this is what they are saying. This is their job. And they claim to be ethicists because once you go beyond the perennial philosophy where there's any rules and you abandon that, then you're subject to something which is potentially satanic, Ahrimanic, and sadistic. Another element of it is that we again, I'm not trying to depress people in that sense, but I mean, if you don't see what's happening now, if you don't believe that the last few years has involved sadism or in deliberate satisfaction with infliction of pain, well, you're missing something. And I think in the United States, again, a lot of my friends, they've ignored what has been, they keep on repeating, what happened in medieval times, the Catholic Church or something. And they forgot conveniently what foreign policy has done in Iraq, in Iran, in Libya, in South America, in Central America, in Nicaragua. You could go through the whole lot of them, going back to another September 11, overthrown Salvador Allende. Don't mind about Vietnam, and also in 1963 was when the U.S. president gave authority to cloud seeding in Vietnam. They started in 1963. The government you pay tax to interfere with Vietnamese weather so they could try and combat, to fight the Viet Cong, who were protected by the forest. The forest protected. This is why the forests were destroyed in Ireland, because that's where the rebels live. That's where you have a similar thing, the Anglo-Saxon word Robin Hood. They went to the forest to protect themselves against the machine. And that's a deep motif, a deep idea of the protective nature. And Lawrence van der Post, who wrote about Bushmen of Kalahari, he said, you know, you can go out and you might look at the Bushmen and say, well, they're poor, you know, they don't have anything. They lived in perfect harmony with the earth. And he said nature was always gave them more than civilization ever did. So civilization came and destroyed them. And this idea of what poverty is a kind of fabrication. It's a creation. It depends on how you define it. So, and the greatest impoverishment of all is spiritual impoverishment. So when you begin to say, you have no consciousness, you have no spirit, your spirit is bad, spiritual people are bad, spiritual people are dangerous, religion is the cause of all wars, religious people are backward looking, religious people are not progressive, people that believe in these things are dangerous, they're not nice people, they cause all these problems, they're alienating. When you begin to do that, to try and propagate, that's another plant image. When you try and propagate, hybrid is another plant, of course, when they're creating these hybrids between using the techniques they know from growing. And you reminded me there when you mentioned again about the glass house. Now, some of these, there's a bit of a polarization. Well, a bit of a polarization. There's a polarization intellectually in some of these. Sometimes, even if you're not a Marxist, you should read what the Marxists said. Sometimes their analysis is exactly correct. So it doesn't mean that you become a Marxist or whatever like that, but their analysis is exactly correct. And there's a lot of this, he's one of those school, I'm not listening to him, he was involved. You have to look at an idea and see does it stand on its own 2 feet. But Walter Benjamin, the last work that he did, now again, it's a tragic tale, we could talk about him and Gunther Anders and Hannah Arendt, and they were connected. And the Jewish experience in Europe at the time was horrific, and a lot of these people understood how technology was becoming the absolute, the super totalitarianism. They were clear on that, a totalitarianism that couldn't be gone back on. But his last project was studying the arcades in Paris. Now, the arcade was, what they did in Paris was, there used to be a lot of old meandering streets that we see in literature, you know, with interesting little back alleys and all this kind of stuff. And during the revolutions across Europe in 1848, after that, they said, hold on a second, we can't have all these little streets because we can't control them, you know, because they can go down, block the street, and we can't get our things in there, you know, to knock 10 bells or whatever out of them. We can't go in, and how can we go in and chop their heads off and, you know, arrest them and shoot them and all that if they have places to hide? So that was why Baron Haussmann created those big streets and eradicated a lot of those old areas in Paris. It was a military control, an anticipation. They learned from the 1848 revolution. Says, we're not going to let this happen again. They're not going to be able to retreat into these systems. The present day context is we're not going to let even people congregate, and then they can't rebel. If you're not allowed to go out of your house, you're not going to go down to the pub and say, this is not great, is it? You know, you're not going to have that discourse. It's not going to happen. You're going to be isolated and made fearful. And we know that those people from the behavioral experiments that's going on from 1913, behaviorism, that people in that context will succumb to authority. But the arcades were streets then which were covered over with glass at the top. So there was a lot of clothes shops. Again, cloth is very important now. There's a lot of clothes shops. So he wandered around the remaining ones that hadn't been taken away. Now, this is where, at that time in the mid-19th century in Paris, you got the first big department stores, which was substituting itself, I suppose, for a lot of disparate kind of communal-based systems. And these arcades with the glass house were the direct follow on from the glasshouse system that they had introduced to acclimatize the plants. So the glasshouse system was introduced you can find them from the Tudor period to help with plants. So they got good at making glass houses. So then they started covering the streets with glass in these arcades, as they were called. And this is where you get your modern shopping mall from. So I bet you if you go to your a local shopping mall somewhere over there, you'll see this glass roof, glass thing. It's going back to the glass house. You're the person in this system. Oh, it's a lovely shopping mall, isn't it? But really, you're in this tradition. That's where it specifically came from. So all these things do link back, and we have to see them in their historical continuity in order to understand them and interpret where they're going.
Right, absolutely. And just to, I guess the human zoo concept is one I've sat with a lot, and I mean, Desmond Morris wrote a book directly called The Human Zoo, and you look and studied the effects of just humans living within a city environment, for example, right? And what it does to be stuck within the realms of that concrete jungle, disconnected from nature. I mean, you see the increase in all of the mental health things and depression and anxieties and all of that. And I think everybody kind of has that, I would say, knowing already. Like you don't need studies to to prove that being disconnected from nature is going to cause a psychological and ultimately spiritual impact on how we perceive the world, and ultimately go in and connect with ourselves, connect with our true nature, and live in this world, right? And it's interesting because I think it comes back to, if you go back to the plant analogies, it's like, all right, how do we begin to actually plant the seeds of who we truly are in the way we're living our life, right? I mean, you can look at all of these different elements of their sort of, I would say, a cash cropping system of the human mind and a cash cropping system of mankind as a whole. That is what the system is. That is what the global plantation really is. And it's a massive cash cropping farm. And, how do we begin to plant the seeds of awareness of who we actually are and get people to disconnect the need to identify with the large scale cash cropping system, because the kind of what we alluded to earlier, we can't necessarily have solutions to this that are going to come from within the system that is specifically designed to be a plantation, right? I mean, if you go and you beg for the freedom from the plantation owners, and regardless of what the plantation owner says, you're still acquiescing to the very idea that that is the master of the plantation, and you are under that rule, you are under that control, right? So I think it almost ultimately comes down to, when you look at, creating the solutions for this and finding a sense of, I don't know, hope, or finding a sense of inner peace. It's about that self-identification beyond the need to even feel as if you are a slave to this system. And it's kind of an illusion that haven't had the keys to open up our spiritual consciousness and become part of this interconnecting web, like I've mentioned at the very beginning about the roots underneath the forest, kind of connecting it. Like a forest is one super organism. You could say that we are part of one vast super organism. And it's a shame, because I think a lot of that, we know that deep down within ourselves, but then that is hijacked and used to push a certain agenda of conformity. And, there's conformity is confused with oneness in a lot of different texts and traditions and ideas, especially rhetoric that is pushed now. It's a weaponization of the spiritual consciousness, weaponization of our nature. And so, it in a way, we kind of have to invert their inversion and become our own gods, but in a completely opposite light, right? I mean, to me, it feels like all of the, Satanism, that's what it directly is. It's an inversion, right? If you were to look at that directly, it feels like we kind of need to recognize, all right, what is the truth of who we are? What is the truth of these seeds of because, I think the plant analogy it can be used in the sense of cash cropping and large scale manipulation, but it's like you said, it's used in the mystical traditions as well for a very specific reason, because we are in our very nature, that is our origins of who we are, and we can really uncover the nature of who we are through that. So it's like, all right, now it's about, I would say, reverting the inversion or inverting the inversion and going from there. But that, to me, that feels like the only solution, because I don't, if there even is a perceivable solution, and you mentioned Hannah Arendt, and I think I brought this up on a different podcast. Sometimes you need to go down the full scale totalitarian direction in order to actually have that opposite polarity come into effect and understand what it is and understand what happens when you let this type of system be created and ultimately hijack the human mind and hijack the spirit and hijack our way of life and who we are. So, and that's not to justify what's going on or say that it is necessary. I don't know if that's necessarily the case. But that's the direction we're moving in, certainly. So I know there's not much of a question in there, but
well, yeah, a number of things came to mind. Yeah, well, in a way, everyone says it's great, and it is great, that we can talk and have this conversation. But we're still like two animals in the zoo.
We're in the Zoom, the ZOOM.
There's Evan in the next. Hello, Evan.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. But I mean, there's limitations as well. It's not all one way. And they're only allowing this for a while. These can be taken away. These systems will be run down when they decide, okay, we don't want people talking about any of these things. Now, don't mind about just banning you. It's just you won't be getting on the platform at all. You won't be seeing guys, a certain type of people in the future, because they'll be automatically, you come up, the system will take you out. So this is a temporary period. It's like what happened when the printing press came along, where initially it was a free for, it's great, look at the machine, we can print anything. I said, no. now it works. It's the same thing as like patriotism. Like patriotism is the worst thing, from a lot of this, because science wants to get rid of it, but they're very willing to use it to get young men and women to go out and fight in wars that they never intended to win, and to come back and suffer horrendous injuries, lose their life on the basis of this manipulation of patriotism, for example, in wars that they've been losing for a long time at this rate. And they're obviously trying to set up another war in Iran, because it's clear propaganda. I mean, people don't seem to be able to recognize propaganda anymore, and soon they'll be shouting, "Oh, let's get into it's propaganda, folks. Look at what's happening." There's a certain point, and this is, I said, love, light, and the law in a mystical sense. There's a certain point at which, in the great traditions, people are forgiven for their mistakes. They're allowed to make mistakes. You learn from them. But I mean, if you don't learn from it, if you keep on doing it, if you keep on saying, "Yeah, I'm against war is bad. Oh, here we have to go in and knock 10, okay, yeah, it's terrible. Oh, go and do your stuff, There's a certain point at which you do take more responsibility. This is, these are, if you're part of the system, you're part of the system, and the willingness to, weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Yeah. I mean, some of the same TV hosts are on the. I saw them when I was over in New York when Colin Powell was lying to the United Nations. I saw the TV hosts. I was amazed that they were all saying the same thing, reading the same script, and some of them are still on the same thing, and still continuing that. But it's interesting. Just a little, not a digression, but when talking about the zoo, cage fighting. I mean, I like watching. I have to admit, the UFC, and I'm interested in the phenomenon. In the phenomenon,
yeah.
But if you look a bit deeper, go back to the gladiator. They know that the circus, circle, ring, loop. They know that the circus entertains people. You can stop them rebelling by having people nearly kill each other, and you have all this discourse oh, I love being in the cage. I love being in the cage. It's great being in the cage. I love, and you begin to think, oh, it's a bit of it's a bit of a preparation. And the other funny thing about it is, if you look historically at when prize fighting is successful, as I said, going back to the Tunney Dempsey era when it was really big, just before the crash, it's a safety valve. It lets off a bit of energy. Oh yeah, I feel angry. Oh yeah, but I can, it's I don't have to get in the ring, but that's look, it wasn't me, it's him, but I can enjoy it. I can enjoy it as a surrogate, as a vicariously. You can enjoy it. Get up. Oh, I feel relieved now. I don't have to think about all that political stuff going out there. There is a bit of the reason why it's popular at the moment. I think if we see in a historical trajectory, it might be a bit different in the future. Though I admire MMA art, and I'm not, but I just in the cultural context, it's a bit interesting. But I think we should. I'd like to, if you don't mind, to focus and put forward an argument to specify, because people say, well, who's doing this? What's now? Now they're getting familiar already. A year ago, I would have to explain a whole network of who the organizations were. And now people are beginning to say, oh, hold on, there's the World Economic Forum, there's the World Health Organization, and there's Dr. Fauci, and there's Robert Kennedy and his program about Dr. Fauci, and there's this pharmaceutical industry, and there's what I call the security, industrial, military, pharmaceutical complex. This is what the president's told us about. So they're there. So they're becoming aware. So I don't have to explain those, but there is the issue about explaining what globalization and globalism is specifically. And I have a specific analysis that I'm going to argue for. Is there any issue in globalization or globalism that you think, or that's interesting?
I'd love to hear your analysis on globalization in particular, and how you would spell out this argument, because you're right. I think a lot of the players are evident. A lot of the pieces are the puzzle is sort of clear on, at least in a sense, it's starting to become clear on how a lot of these ultimately interconnect in a lot of different ways, how the World Health Organization influence what looks like sovereign nations, or World Economic Forum influence sovereign nations, and how the global banking system ties into it. And so I think a lot of people are starting to uncover that answer, but the overall, I would say, picture on globalization, it almost feels like there's a key element that we don't necessarily address. And I'm not even sure how I would go and address what that is. It feels like there's a piece of it that's missing in the general mainstream conversations when we talk about globalization, and we talk about especially this creation of a global plantation. And I think maybe it relates to a lot of what we've already been talking about in terms of, the spiritual consciousness and understanding of who we are. But I would love to hear your argument in particular, and what you think are the most important things to hash out when it comes to globalization, especially for somebody who knows these pieces, but they're looking into how does this puzzle ultimately come together to understand all of this, and how does this ultimately create the global plantation, and how does it sort of all tie together, I would say.
Right. Well, you're going to get an earful. You're going to get an earful now, but we have to do a bit of history here. But I think it is important. See, before we come to talk about solutions, we have to know what the problem is.
Yeah.
So what the stage that we're at, both you and I agree fundamentally on spiritual consciousness as the key issue. There's no question about that. But the world and its appearance is what we have to have a proper, robust analysis, and an analysis which is not based on me saying I dreamt stuff, although I do that happens as well, and I do get into, but on historical sources and on sound judgment, because I'm very disappointed to hear all kinds of nonsense, for example, anti-Semitism, classic anti-Semitism coming up again as an explanation. Right. But people understand there's something wrong, and then they hear a solution. And some of these things are deliberately used, they're deliberately fed to people that are critical, for example. And that a lot of it, well, it's all nonsense. And I detest hearing those arguments, because they're self-defeating, and they are the weapons that were always used by the imperialists to separate people. So I say to people, be very careful about what you're subscribing to, and look at well-researched, the good academic stuff, and a lot of it is not around at the minute. But there are plenty of good people. There are plenty of very interesting female academics doing fantastic work, and there are plenty of academics in niche areas who are bringing attention to things. So you have to go and look for it, and begin to piece together. Okay, but the real source of it goes back to the Roman Empire, and the Roman Empire is one of the most successful empires that we know of. No, we could take as well the Chinese and other examples, the Persians, Egypt, whatever. But the Roman Empire is really a lot of the source of the present context. And you can see in the United States, a lot of the background, the establishment of the United States itself is Roman. It has the Capitol Hill, and it goes back to Rome. It's a Roman reflection and a Greco-Roman reflection. The language, the places, the place. That's another story, but it's clear. We can see that the City of London, the longest auto-governed place in the world, goes back hundreds and hundreds of years. They're behind a lot of the financial system, is based on the corporation, the headquarters there, the Guildhall, is on the where the Roman fort was where the Romans were. So it goes back to the Roman influence. Now, what were the Romans good at? They were good at empire. If you go back to people that began to build the empire, like Crassus, they were psychopaths. They loved power, they loved things, they were materialists, expansion, and they were very good at utilizing violence. They were masters at sadism, at systems. They had been overrun by the Celts, and the Celts made a mistake in not destroying them. That they did make a mistake. They should have destroyed them. They overran Rome, and they took the gold instead. And the Romans said, "Okay, this is not going to happen again. We're going to build up the walls around. We're going to get a model that works." And they did, and they developed the army system, the military system, which is what you have today in the United States. It's run by a military system. Your commercial system is military based. And so then the Roman Empire falls. It falls in particular because of, I think, volcanic eruptions that happened in 536. There were civilizations fell all around the world. We're very conscious about climate change. The greatest, most likely climate change, in my view, is that we die of the cold. It will be cold. That's what the history of the volcanoes in Iceland. They create a cover, and it gets very cold in the we have that in the European Ice Age and Little Ice Age, time of Rembrandt. You can see that wearing his clothes to keep his portrait, because it was cold, and that could happen again. That they will go off again. They believe that a couple went off. They believe Krakatoa went off at the same time. That one in North America went off, and one in Iceland, and that's that. And the Roman, it was difficult for food production, and the empire falls. And then we had a period of reorganization. That was when the great efflorescence of Latin happened from Ireland, because the monks had maintained a Latin system, and they brought written Latin back to the continent. It was incredible. story. And out of that, if we go forward, we had the growth of the Normans. Now, the Normans, who were the Normans? This is because the Normans are still in power in the world. And this is what Robin Hood was fighting against. This was the implication, I think, in Tolkien about this mechanistic mindset.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Normans were a combination of, I think, Roman families that had been in France, in places like Aquitania, that's important, in the southwest, and in the north, in what became Normandy. And notice that Normandy, D-Day landings, the same thing over and over again for good reason. Because this place in France has been the source. It's been this, France has been the place in the world that has most battles throughout history. It's quite incredible. The world wars were fought in France. There was something in France that was, and it's not, people make a mistake and confuse now with England. Anyway, what happened before the Normans come to invade Britain in conquest in 1066, we had the establishment of the Normans, if you like, and they were Romans and Vikings.
Mm-hmm.
So they were called Norsemen because they came down from, it's believed, Denmark, but a combination, Norway, Sweden, and Denmark. So it's all on the Atlantic. So Rollo was they believe he was from Denmark. He was the one that became a leader, married into the, I think, Roman families. And there we have a mixture of the Romans and the Vikings. The Vikings what were they good at? Ransacking things. They come and they rob your stuff. They come and they kill and they rob. They plunder. They were expert at that. That's what their modus operandi was. They had come down through. Now, people that say, oh, they were nice traders. Now, this is the new thing. They were just all really trading, and they were nice people, and you misunderstood, and that was terrible to say about the Vikings. No, it wasn't. They were rough. They were rough people. They went down. Some people believe that the Russian people came from the Rus people in Gotland. They came down to Constantinople. They went down the rivers. The Ukrainian people were very linked to the Vikings. So they were travelers. They went around into the Mediterranean. So they're an important figure, but they're very good. And certainly they trade and they trade by sea. So the sea, trade, and violence, that they go together. And we've seen that in Ireland. So I mean, you can't dispute that exercise. You can't whitewash that.
Right.
So by the time of 1066, they're going to invade, and they do invade the Anglo-Saxon world. So when they're talking about the Anglo-Saxon world, of course, that was displaced by the Normans. So they came over, William the Conqueror, and then they leave the city of London alone. Actually, that was there already. They leave it alone. So it took me a long time to understand one thing, and it's a matter of legal history, and I've studied a lot of legal history. And this is important, that there's a Professor McFarlane, who's a sociologist, who was looking at Marx and modernity and where modernity happened. And he says that people have got it wrong about modernity. Now, this may seem like a theoretical point, but it's very, very important. He said Marx got it wrong because they didn't understand what happened. He said modernity was established by the 13th century. Now, by that, he meant the system that we recognize as associated with modern governance, etc. And it was established through the legal system in Britain. But it wasn't the Normans that did it. The Normans came over. It was associated with the Normans. The Normans came over, and there were legal systems that existed. Now, this has been written about by a great legal historian called F.W. Maitland, and McFarlane refers back to that. So they had systems that worked there already, which were based on individual rights. It wasn't based on a family in the same way. It was based on individual rights, informed by systems that had grown up through the church as well. So they had the cultural and the church working together. And they had a quite distinct legal system. There was another legal system in Ireland which informed it as well. So they had developed legal system. So they left that alone, and they imposed their rule on it. So the Normans divided the land out among themselves. They set up the feudal system, the pyramid system, and they're French essentially associated with France and maintaining their connection for hundreds of years. Well, they never let it go. And in fact, some of the early kings, they couldn't speak English. They weren't Anglo-Saxon in any way. They were French. So they established a system. One of the first things they did was the Doomsday Book. They went around and they took a note of everybody in their jurisdiction across as much as they controlled, and they wrote down. So Evan McDermott, he has 2 cows, 10 chickens, and this is it's incredible. So instead of, which I used to think was establishing rules and doing that, but they did that, but it did it from top down. They gained intelligence and information. So what did they have? The Normans had. They knew how to use violence. They always sought military superiority, and military superiority is through better organization and through superior technology, which was the stirrup in that case, and the horse, and the way they ran it. So, and this is the same thing today. So they established control through intelligence, through information. So a lot of when we're talking about intelligence, remember that intelligence, artificial intelligence, is the same it's the same dynamic as military intelligence. Artificial intelligence, it's finding out about who you are. We're getting into to find out what's going on in your head, Evan, because that's, we have to sort that out. That's what the system says. So when we're thinking about intelligence, think about Central Intelligence Agency and artificial. There's a closer connection than people understand. So they were they expanded, and the Normans expanded by conquest, by moving into Wales, establishing a thing and conquering, and by moving into Ireland, establishing bases. And then that was the source of the plantations later on, by the time we come to the Tudor period. It's the same structure, the same bureaucracy that's behind it. It's expand, military force, land, supplies, crops, maintain your military force, improve your military force. A lot of the science that comes from engineers who are people that design military things. So the military stuff becomes very, very important. And the last point is the Atlantic becomes critical. The sea becomes critical. So before these places become important, and in London and that, Venice was important. Venice was important because it controlled the sea. This is where the arsenal came from. The arsenal was the place where they repaired ships and made weapons. Galileo goes there to learn. They were learning off practical people that made weapons to kill. So from Venice, which was the previous place which controlled the sea, a sea power, control the sea is important. It was from there we get the word ghetto. It was from there we get the word quarantine, the word gazette, news. They went back to that. They were the significant powers. So the emphasis shifts from the Mediterranean over to the Atlantic. Who are these Normans? They're the Vikings, and they're the Normans that lived on the coast in Aquitania. They trade along the sea. They've been trading to the Holy Land, to Israel around there for hundreds of years. But the sea is what they know. When we come to then the Reformation, that this system is in power, and then at the time of the Reformation, we have a change, and we have people like John Dee, for example, John Dee, the magician, and he's the person that's believed to have conceived the British Empire. So what they conceived was that they would use their kind of magical power to control the globe, and in particular to control navigation, to control the sea. It was going to be a sea empire, and this is critical in the story. The Atlantic is critical, and this is where the plantations come from, by expanding on the sea. And they develop their ships, they develop improved gunpowder, improved type of ship development. Ships like the Ark Royal, for example, Ark Royal, become important. And they enlist privateers, pirates. You can rob, Evan, if you rob the Spanish, that's okay. On the high seas, commit whatever, that's okay. Once you come back and give it to us. Queen Elizabeth, the bulk of her revenue in certain years came from piracy on the high seas. So they use that. So privateer, pirate, doesn't matter. Once you come back and give the stuff, that's okay. You're on it. So they're able to utilize various. Now, I'm not saying the Spanish were great or that they weren't, but it encouraged this expansionary mode. So they say, okay, well, we can continue this expansion through the Atlantic. And if you look at, for example, The Tempest by William Shakespeare in 1610 or 11, it was based on a story of an event that did happen, where a ship called a Sea Venture, bringing supplies or people over to Virginia, the new colony over there, was shipwrecked in Bermuda. They survived and got to Virginia, but Bermuda, again, you begin to see these places come up. It was an important point. Bermuda, during World War II, was the place where all the mail from Europe was examined. There was 1,500 people, I think, worked opening all the letters to come back to get intelligence. This idea is there. Intelligence is critical. So I hope I'm not going on too long with this.
No, you're good.
So the Atlantic becomes critical. So for some time, the Spanish, of course, and Portuguese control the south, but they're intending to. The British Empire is intended to expand and to fight and to control. And again, when they go over, we see Newfoundland or Newfoundland, and we see the same old discourse, a garden, the golden fleece. They're the Argonauts going over. They're going to plant and all this. The history of plantations, we don't have to go through it in the US context. We're familiar with that. But it all comes from these systems. And one extra element, which is very, very important, it's critical, and it may seem like an arcane point, but it's absolutely critical. And it took me a long time to put my finger on this issue. The great genius of the British people is the capacity to identify or to make rules. Rules are the essence of the genius of the people, if you want to put it in those terms, to put on the positive side. Their ability to make rules. Now, if you think about football was played all over the world. The Native American people had an amazing amount of various ball sports. This is well recorded. But football was established in Britain. So soccer was established in Britain.
Yeah.
Why was that? Because they established the rules. And if again, we go back 1863, I think, was the Football Association. They said, we'll establish the rules. Golf came from Britain, established the rules. Cricket, go down to the whole lot. Yachting, boxing, all these sports that are major activities around the world came from this imperial context and came from the ability to set rules. And around the world, these are huge industries around the world that are associated with them taking this control of rules. Rules, the same. A rule is, these are like algorithms, laws, rules, algorithms that are the same. They're ideas about governing things. So that particular genius to make rules often came through associations. It wasn't, they were separate associations. And what Maitland and McFarland point to is this idea of a trust. Now, it sounds boring, but I promise you it's an important and critical point. What happened in Britain was that a lot of the innovations within the space of empire were created by these associations which were unincorporated. It wasn't one body. It was a trust. It was a document that said we come together for this particular purpose. So that a lot of the universities or the churches were these kind of trusts. And that provided the model for the colonial companies, the East India Company that went out and controlled, they controlled India before the British government did. It was a commercial venture. The Virginia Corporation, these were, so those governance systems came from the trusts and that. And so the trust was a thing that they didn't have in other countries. And theorists believe that the reason why Britain was able to go over and control the trade and control trade with China, and that was because of this vehicle, this abstract vehicle that enabled people to work together for a common purpose. Now, in the United States in 1890, the bad side of that, they realized that these trusts had got, this is the shadow side, got so big with technology that they could control everything. So that was why John Sherman came along with the Sherman Act in 1890. Now, these were Sherman and William Sherman, his brother. They were no shrinking violets. They were brutal. They were brutal. He was a brutal military man that would do whatever was necessary. But they understood that the state was being taken over by trusts, the railroad companies, the telegraph companies, communications, setting up the plants, the networks. They were taken over, and that's why they had to have the Sherman to regulate companies. That's the legislation that Microsoft was split up under when Bill Gates, people forget, was brought to court. The United States versus Microsoft. It's antitrust. So that's there's a realization that these firms that are so successful can do things. Now, so what happened with empire? This is the last point. Just sorry for going on so long about this, but I think it's important. What happened with empire was they began to realize, listen, we don't have enough resources to send our army around the world and to rule 2/3 of the world. So what we'll do is we'll utilize the technology to control the world. So if you look at in the 1850s, they started the telegraph, the network of, and later on, the network of submarine cable along the shipping routes to establish new industries that could control commodities, control information, to move to a higher level of control. They could always control the finance. You still went to the City of London to get your finance for your new infrastructural products, but that was a critical thing. They transferred empire into the empire of scientism based on this international networks, using the postal network, the telegraph network. And once you use these networks, you can interfere, you can get information, and you can utilize that to control things. So a lot of those, so we have that telecommunications network, which comes from that. So what I'm saying is, there's a very specific tradition that leads to contemporary globalism, which is dominated by the Atlanticist network, the Council for Foreign Relations, the Marshall Plan in Europe that set up the OECD. They're all Atlanticist organizations. They're all a network of people, principally from the United States and Europe, that have moved to a different level, that have brought people in around the world that are the surrogates, with the objective to establish world control through military means, utilizing the exact same techniques that the Normans did. And the Marshall Plan, even the name Marshall, it goes back to William Marshall. I'm not saying they're the same family, the same processes there at the time of the Normans, a major leader. We see the Marshall Plan, we'll give you money if you change your systems legally, and you're basically under. So now NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, it's doing a lot more than just looking at the Atlantic. This is the essence. This now is still the core of a globalist regime. So therefore, they'll be willing to put Russia out as competition, as they have been trying to do, going back to the Crimean War, that they had in the 1850s, gone back to the 1830s, when they began to establish more connections in Israel, to establish that connection to India. It all goes back to this Atlanticist route. In North Atlantic and South Atlantic, Margaret Thatcher, what was the war? The Falklands War. What are they fighting over a little bit? Well, that controls, that used to be where they get all the whales. During the First World War, I think there was 75,000 whales that were used, that were killed for war purposes. Up to the 1970s, whale oil was used in transmission in cars in the United States. Unbelievable.
Wow.
The whale, their interest in investigation and Antarctica expeditions, they were all imperial expeditions. So they saw that we rule the Atlantic, the whole lot of it. That's why we can go to war with the Falklands. That's why we're going to do scientific experiments so they make a claim to Antarctica. It was all about getting resources, the whole lot of it. Last point, I'll just say last point. Even look at Plantation. If you look at Berkeley in California, university, they say in the 19th century, this is empire. We're establishing empire. That was clear in the poem they used from Bishop Berkeley. So California becomes important. Read John Steinbeck, The Plantations. It's about all the grapes of wrath, all the people leaving Oklahoma, the Dust Bowl, over farming, because they were forced to mechanize, they were forced to use machines. Woody Guthrie singing a song, "So Long It's Been Good to Know You," what the preacher said in the church, because on Black Sunday, you couldn't see anything. The land had been so over-farmed that there was just black clouds. So they went, the poor people go to the Okies, as they call them, go to California. They're put in camps. And then we have, why? Because the plantations, the fruit plantations over there that the empire had set up, only used labor now and then. It didn't want anyone farming the land. Plantations were critical in California. They developed the fruit over there, as well as the military industrial complex. Remember, it's based there. But they're described by some as agribusiness plantations. They developed that whole culture about orange juice, whatever. It was built from there. They have a crop institute still, and they describe as plantations the things. If you look in John Steinbeck, he describes how the people were starving, and the companies were destroying the food before them, pouring kerosene over. I mean, that's all there. It's the plantation mentality. South America, El Pulpo, United Brands, banana republics, it comes from management of plantations, banana plantations, which were also imperial banana that took up. So the point being about all this is that what's going on now in Russia, what's going on or in Ukraine, is this battle that was perceived between the land and the sea power. The sea power is the Atlanticist thing that comes from the Normans. It's what James Bond was. James Bond, as well as going to the Caribbean, appearing in Bermuda like these guys did. He's appearing from there. He's saying, look, I'm fighting about the bad guys. Who's the bad guys? The guys that don't want to let us be in power. There's all these criminal organizations, and then there's it's from Ian Fleming, wrote Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, and who worked for naval intelligence, and who was involved in using Bermuda to intercept intelligence. So what I'm saying is that this is a consistent pattern. All the plantation system goes back to a particular model, a particular network of government that we can trace back. I'm going to elaborate on one, to France, to systems of networks that were set up to maintain power, principally Norman, that was translated into all the organizations. They're all Atlanticist. Japan was added into the equation when America sent its Navy. Once they got to California, they could send the Navy over, and they could send in the mid-19th century, say, here we are, you have to open up, do business with us. 90 years later, they're dropping a bomb on them, in their cultural experience. The Navy, expansion, control, military superiority, control of the culture, cultivation of the culture. And then just the last point on the Japanese, the Second World War comes along. So what do they do? If you're Japanese, you're sent to a prison camp. You're interned. They were sent to prison camp. Manzanar in California was where thousands of Japanese were imprisoned. Didn't do anything wrong. They were just Japanese. That was the simple. Oh, you're Japanese, and they're in there. Manzanar, of course, is apple orchard in for the plant thing. So this is what's going on. The military complex rules. There is no democracy anymore in the United States or in Britain. It's not. They're all, most of them are puppets. There is no real democracy. We have to kind of face that now. We're run by military industrial complex, as the president of the United States predicted, and they have transferred their power into corporations with close relationship between them that manages. So nothing, there is nothing which is above them. And these are, so when you're talking about the gods, it's not all humans will be gods. It's this military industrial caste who have control over the ability to manipulate your genes, to interfere with your DNA, to interfere with the germline of the McDermotts from the past to the future, that they can and treat you as a computer that can be programmed. Oh, we'll do this as an experiment. This is what we're talking about. So really, what I'm saying is, if you look at the historical context, if you look at all the bodies that exist now, that Atlantis thing expanded. They can work with China if they want to on a scientism background, but it's based on control technology. That's what cybernetics is. It's governance. You're getting more and more of it. And the end result is that we are colonized. There's no escape from it. There's no escape from it if that trajectory continues. So it's time to start getting beyond, I'm Trump, I'm anti-Trump, I'm this. All those are irrelevant to the issues. There's a bigger game. Even you heard Jared Kushner talking about immortality reached. There's a bigger game going on. We're facing you can't get away from it. And you can say, if you come back, if you're reincarnated, you'll still face this issue. You're either going to take a spiritual path and a spiritual evolution of humankind through consciousness, kindness, compassion, creativity, not all just soft, that, but with robust defense of that, or we're going to become that plant-like thing from this system, which is so well established, so comprehensive, so universal, so pervasive, so well thought out, so consistent, so successful, that if you believe that you're going to come along and thumb your nose at this and you're going to survive, we're sadly mistaken. We really have to understand the hydra that we're facing, the real monster that is actually there. Sorry for going on so long, but I did want to try and make an attempt to put forward in a short way. Some continuity.
I was gonna say there's no apology needed, because that really outlined, I think, to put it in the plant terminology, the root of what exactly we're looking at. You can see the correlation between the Vikings in the 13th century compared to the forces of globalization today, and how they operate under the same exact perception on how they want to dominate the world, right? It is a global domination, and how they, there is this superiority that they place themselves in this system over the common man, over the useless eaters, or whoever they come across as, the indigenous cultures in the Americas and Australias, and the natives and the people who are not a part of their culture. And, even within culture, you have the word cult, it is a conformed mindset. And that's really what this, as the globalization expands, you have this mass conformity to this, ultimately this system. And there is no room for a condition or a mindset that is I'd say exists outside of that conformity. So, there's so many parallels when you look at the history. You were speaking about the Roman Empire, and it's an illusion that they ever truly disbanded, in a sense. Same thing with the city of London, and the Norman influence is so strong in our cultural conditioning, and how we ultimately have accepted this system as the as the way of life ultimately, and ultimately the bringer of life, the bringer of meaning. Most people don't have a deeper meaning and sense of self beyond living within the confines of the system that they're brought up in, within the culture that they're brought up in, right? And they still play the games of Trump versus Biden, or all the circus acts in a lot of ways. It kind of goes into, I think politics is as much of a bread and circus as sports in a lot of way, right? To keep people distracted, keep people in a sense, you're unifying one group of people over here, unifying another group of people over here, and you clash them against one another. And I think maybe we're seeing more of an extreme version with politics nowadays, and it's a cause of actual strife and division. And I think that's certainly all by design. But it's such a larger game that we need to look at and bring into the picture, like you just beautifully mentioned, and that this force of globalization, it has no borders. It has no true respect for common law or the individual rights or individual sovereignty, in that it is within itself a force of, I would say, a manifestation of the human shadow in a lot of ways, in our own unconscious desire for power, our own unconscious desire for control, in a sense. I think in a lot of ways, people don't feel stable within themselves, and they don't have stability. They don't feel stability to be who they are. And so this force, this system, it provides a sense of stability as long as we are able to conform to its standards. And I think a lot of people, it gets into the debate that was brought up from COVID of freedom versus safety. I mean, I think there's a lot of complexities to each side, certainly, but a lot of people are going to choose that path of safety and assurance, and ultimately conform to a specific standard because it provides them with a sense of security and within security, there is freedom to be found, in a sense. And, maybe it's not the most optimized sense of freedom, but even if I were to say, I'm going to live free, I'm going to be who I want to be, I still need to have security needs met. I still need to be able to provide for myself and eat and take care of survival needs, right? So it really weaponizes our need to be able to survive, and it kicks into that fight or flight response. And this force of globalization, I don't see anything that can necessarily stop it besides the individual choosing to step outside of the need to survive within it, in the taking, they're almost a reclamation and a reclaiming of who we are in the purest sense. And I guess creating a new story, creating a new motif that we can organize ourselves around, because the classic story is one that you just outlined the history of, and we're still operating under that same myth. We're still operating under that same cultural norm. And I think, it's up to artists, visionaries, people, the storytellers, the people who can kind of see beyond the lens of culture, because culture provides a certain lens that we view the world from, to ultimately tell a new story and create a story that is more harmonized, and a story that goes back to the roots, again, using the plant terminology, and our interconnection to that higher mind, in that sense, and the connection to this vast morphogenic field that we are all a part of. And so I think we need a new cultural story, a new cultural phenomenon, and that to me feels like the only path. It's at least a clear path. Maybe not. Again, I don't know if there's a clear path out of the totalitarian implementation, based on the fact how ever pervasive these systems are, and how much influence they have in terms of the world at large, and the show that is presented to us, but when we pull back the curtain, it's very clear who these people are. It's very clear what their story is. It's very clear their view on humanity. And to me, it feels like we have to have a complete rewriting of the story, a completely new narrative that we choose to operate from, because the Norman tradition is going to be, if we don't uproot the foundation of, we could use their terminology, uproot the foundation of a weed, it's going to grow back, right? And I'm not saying everything about their tradition is a weed that needs to be eradicated. Then I'm just putting that same energy back into how they view mankind as a whole. But I think we need to take a serious look on that, about that story and the cultural phenomenon that is globalism, and really the attempt to, I would say, rewrite it, because I think global consciousness is something that we can use to evolve. And I think it's a necessary recognition for us as a species to recognize the global nature of mankind and recognize that global consciousness. And I think that's at the same time as this technological agenda is coming, I think that global consciousness is also emerging, sort of in a strange parallel in a sense, but it offers a different story and a different way to view our place in this world. So, yeah.
But it has to be active, has to be activated.
Yeah.
If I was a betting man, you would bet against the human race.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm not going that way. But if people don't wake up, if you're talking about this is the path, where does this lead us? It leads us to absolute disaster and the end of the human race. I've been quite clear on that, and I don't really care whether people get upset about that or say there's no doubt about that. Look at it historically. Look what they're saying. Look what they're openly saying, that you're an animal and all this kind of stuff. They're hackable. Look what your president is saying. They're getting into your cells. You saw that the president is set. You don't have control over what they put in your body. That's clear. They can utilize the law. They'll change it the next time. They use the plan on the new treaties. So, and I never had that big anti-Trump thing that people had. As I said, I bet on them. It was madness. But I'd say to the Trump supporters, Operation Warp Speed, and warp, by the way, goes back to a textile image before the warp speed, making warp and weft. But once he said he's sending the military, or the military is going to develop this. Sorry, lads. That's he's not on your side. I don't care. There's no way about that. And you can say, oh well, look, he's another issue is the vast majority of the time spent in media arguments about divisive issues are phony wars. They're not real issues. A lot of it is a deliberate false polarization that people are led into, and they should stay away from it. They should just agree to not be dragged in. Oh, what's your view on it? They're deliberate sucker punches, and people are being sucked into this narrative of divisiveness, which is not based on I believe all people have consciousness, and I call it spiritual consciousness. And this is where the equality comes from. That's where it always came from. This is where the dignity of the individual comes. Anything after that is a secondary thing. And now, I'm not disrespecting anything after that, but we're spiritual beings. Now that they want to take the spirit away, it has to go away. In order to have a total control, they have to remove it. It started with people like Huxley, deliberately whitewashing or taking spirit out. They said Enlightenment worked good. We can move on, not just get rid of Christianity, religion. We can take out spirituality, and then we can take out consciousness. Then we can take out, and we can make these people into the dumb animals, the puppets that we treat them as now. But it's too difficult to have this massive system of control. It is something in that, and it was interesting at the royal funeral there, but it's interesting as a phenomenon to look at the way they do the funeral, the things that people like. If you noticed, that the essence of ritual is automaticity.
Mhm.
You do it in a quite robotic. This correspondence is very, very close. There's a deep connection. It was the royal families that were interested most in automata and automatic machines and that. And I said about the arsenal in Venice, that was where systems of mass production came from. The assembly line came from Venice. It came through the growth of artillery in France that was transported over. The models were taken over to the United States, Springfield rifles, etc. They all came from military production, practical knowledge, not theoretical knowledge, how to do things. From ballistics, from the arrow to the cannon, they changed the face of Europe. They knew that these things would always change the face. Who had the biggest weapon? Invest in that and you will win. They were willing to engage in wars for hundreds of years. That's what people forget. They're willing to destroy things. They're willing to create chaos because in the end, they knew that the technology would justify. So they're willing to destroy it's not as if, oh, I've made a mistake. Oh, it's terrible. They don't care about any of that. They don't care about any of that. And it's a corporation. A corporation means body. It's a bigger body. It's an entity which is independent of the beings that contribute to it. It will outlive them. It will be able to do things that they cannot do. It has a life of its own. It becomes automatic, a Frankenstein as well. And the problem is that we give our agency to other agencies. Your agency is given to the Central Intelligence Agency. Your intelligence is given to, they want your intelligence as well. And they want you to be centralized as you will be. And another point on this, if you look at it's very interesting. Now, I think this is correct to say that, when an airplane crashes, the black box that they go, I think the black box is orange. It's not a black box. But the concept of the black box is critical. And the black box is a key idea in cybernetics about inputs and outputs. Now, I think that goes back to the French as well, because you had the black chamber, and the black chamber was also used in the United States. Now, the black chamber was an intelligence system to monitor communications between people. So you're a prince somewhere in France in the 1500s, and you send a letter to whatever, and our black chamber intercepts that, opens it up, and reseals. This is going on for hundreds and thousands of years. In the United States, in the early 20th century, your government set up the black chamber, which did the same thing. This interception, communications, and all this. So in cybernetics, it's the same idea. We don't know what goes in Ellen McDermott's mind yet. We don't know what's inside there. This is what annoys them. Yuval Harari and all that, saying, oh, well, we're getting under your skin. We're coming in. We're going to get under your skin, and we're going to get in. And there's no secrets there. There's nothing. We're going to take it out and put it in we're going to expose. We're going to turn it inside out. This kind of philosophy is sorcery. It's sorcery as well as the Ahrimanic thing. It's that dark sorcery. And sorcerers, who were they employed by? They weren't employed by the local people to cure the problems. They were employed by the kings and queens. That's why they were so afraid of them. That's why they persecuted witches. They were afraid because they knew that there was things that worked. Who did John Dee get support from? The kings and queens. They were all into sorcery, and they utilized. So this sorcery now continues. I can make you this caste. I can turn you into gods. We have power. And now they do have the power. Now they do have power to intervene in people. So there's that Faustian thing. And will there be something they don't have that? This is what the Faustian thing is, the deep curiosity, that deep desire for power, the deep desire for sensation. They're willing to sacrifice everything, not just your life, but they'll sacrifice their own whatever. They'll sacrifice their eternal soul. Now, and this is the critical thing. It comes down to this belief or this sense about who we are. And for me, I've never not believed that we're not spiritual consciousness. We're not of the Atman, Brahman, soul, spirit, that we don't have. I believe every individual has that. But I also believe, and in all the traditions says, you can give it away, you can give your soul, you can lose your soul. And you can lose your soul easy ways by not acknowledging, by acting in a way which is inconsistent with the nature of who you are and recognition of other people, by mayhem, just causing mayhem, destruction, a lot of the stuff. You can lose that bit, or another term, there are consequences when you're in the, as consciousness persists, if you believe in that, which I do, there are consequences for what you have done, that there is a law in the universe, that there is an inherent inscribed law. When people have near-death experience, they often go back or come back with a sense of having to pay more attention to other people. This seems to be inscribed in some way in the higher consciousness, that there is a balance to be had. There is a thing that we contribute. And when we seek to, C.S. Lewis said this, we join the inner ring, for example, and we begin to join in the caste that rules, you lose yourself. You sell your soul to the devil, if you like. And he wrote the Screw Tape Letters explaining how it can be, that the devil that he articulated, who's advising his younger demon, a very affable fellow, he's saying, you don't want anything. The best road to hell is a nice, comfortable, gradual pace down to, and that's why. And then people say, well, I don't believe in hell. That's fine. I don't. That's up to everyone. But the concept of these states, put it in a state, is that one can be trapped in a sense of emotions, will, whatever, which is destructive and in some way is attracted to a space corresponding to that, as above, so below. And likewise, going the other direction, you'd be going to something that resonates with who you have made yourself into. And all the traditions say that the objective is to return to the, as in the Gospel of Thomas, the non-recognized gospel, that to return to the light that we come from. And I believe that we are actual light now, the spiritual light, and that's what all the great, there's a conflict in all the spiritual traditions are seeking light, and all the great scientific endeavors has been about optics, light, the speed of light, every one of them. It's about, so there's a race. We can find the answers to questions, but one of them exclusively will destroy. The price is too high. Now we can find a balanced route to correspond. And last one to mention, the model of the New World Order was laid out in the unfinished book by Francis Bacon, New Atlantis. And New Atlantis, he described a hidden place which was run by scientists who compiled information, who went around the world, again in the Navy, went around the world, came back with information, compiled information, used science, including deception, to control, and other people didn't know they were controlled. It was the model of, or the inspiration in many senses, for the Royal Society, for organizations of scientists, and tying in with the Atlanticist mythology. Atlantis is very important. Atlantis, the reason why it's so important is because it is an example of a myth, a story, factual for some people, of a society that destroyed itself through magic and technology, and magic and technology go together. So this is the new Atlantis. We've learned from our lessons. Now we take science, we bring back and we govern again from, in the sea powers, using surreptitious means to control information, to control intelligence, and then we become the new rule. It's laid out, it's there, it's consistent. You can see it, you can see the model through the process. And these people at these organizations are sorcerers. in many senses, the controlling things. And they're willing, in Faustian terms, to sacrifice, to sacrifice us, to sacrifice anything for that. They have no commitment to life beyond that. Certainly no commitment to the spirit. And that's what we're up against. And if you lightly give away your spirit, it's up to everybody. But if you believe that it's eternal, that you're an eternal being, that in some way our life journey here is significant, and that we can either escape the matrix or we can be tied into it. This system that they're talking about, it's not only going to tie your physically, mentally, as you're saying, body, mind, and your spirit is in it as well.
Right, absolutely. And that something we spoke about on the last podcast was that looping nature of it. When you do sort of sell yourself to it, you get trapped within the loop, and it becomes, once you're trapped within that cyclical nature of it, and you tie yourself and your identity to this game, to this system, your perception ultimately is clouded by the illusions that the system provides, and it creates that inescapable cloud of perception ultimately, right? I mean, how is one supposed to recognize, like, if a bird that's born in a cage, like, it has no concept of outside the cage because it's only been in the cage, right? A tiger born in the zoo, it can't go be reintroduced to the wild because it has no concept of that survival, that need for self-preservation in the wild. And a lot of these systems, and I think you mentioned it earlier, it goes against the very needs of self-preservation. I think that's why a lot of there's a demonization of just the concept of personal responsibility. And I think that sometimes is weaponized in politics, and we don't fully get the, I would say, spiritual understanding of responsibility and the karmic lessons taught to us in education or anything. But it's personal responsibility is something preached by, the conservatives in America, for example, and it's talked about in that sort of political spectrum. But I don't think we get the full notion of karma. Ultimately we can't be a victim of karma itself. I mean, that's sort of the whole meaning of justice in particular, right? And so it's a deeply ingrained law of the universe, just how the universe operates and the world we're living in. And I think once somebody gets an individual understanding of that, they start to see it, examples of that in their own life. And it's can't necessarily be proven through the scientific material lens, but there's an innate knowing of that law through our actions and through the fruits of our labor and what comes into our lives. So I think there is a deep need for that almost personal responsibility for our own ties to this system, for our own acquiescence of our sovereignty and how we have chosen to take the path of comfort, the road to hell, in our past, or in our conditioning. And ultimately it is through all of our own individual choice to go down the technocratic road that it comes to fruition. Because I mean, as it's harvesting the human energy and the human soul, and it's able to do that because we are allowing ourselves to be harvested. We still have free will, we still have karma, like we still have all of these principles that are present. And I think the individuals who are at the top and in sort of orchestrating a lot of this, they understand that, and they operate these systems in a way where they are not facing the consequences of violating somebody else's free will or violating somebody else's karma and interfering, right? And so it's the amount of spiritual manipulation and inversion. I almost need to not give the people props, but they have a deep understanding of how the world works and how the human being, they have a deep understanding of mankind and the human being. Maybe not fully understanding of the nature of the soul and the soul's progression. And there's a lot of elements of control that they are still seeking and power, but it's this whole system is built on the foundation of an inversion of spiritual consciousness. And it ultimately it takes our own individual responsibility to step into the truth and to step into responsibility to actually even begin to counteract that. Because the laws of karma are not going to just disappear, even if we choose to sell ourselves to this system and infinitely become trapped within it. That's our choice. That's our own path.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Now there's no question. I mean, I think one of the most insidious notions has been to destroy this idea of responsibility. I personally believe, I can't get away from it. I personally believe, and as well, for me as well, I'm not pontificating and saying I'm some great person that doesn't have to pay for whatever consequence. I believe everyone does. But people have been educated to believe in the selfish gene and that I mean, these things don't matter, and amoral, non-moral world, no consequence, all that stuff is rubbish. In fact, it's immoral to believe in these things, to believe that that's true. All the traditions say there are consequences, whatever way. How it got to be like that is another story. But that's what the tradition says. It's only recently that this particular idea has become so pervasive because they've managed to get that story out. You reminded me of a lot of things. Of course, as you sow, so shall you reap. I mean, if you look as well, the Christian terms, the amount of seed things, a tilled field was important. You had to prepare yourself so that the thing would be able to work. And then the biblical things about sow the wind and reap the whirlwind. It's interesting. Sow the wind. We're shifting from farms to produce food to wind farms. We're sowing the wind that doesn't actually solve the problems that it claims to be, but it does suit big industrial producers that have a particular agenda. But wind farms, more metal things, kill a lot of birds, etc. Don't actually contribute towards a lot that people, good environmentalists like Bjorn Lomborg, etc. The question or the strategy and that whether they're going to achieve the things that people claim is another issue. You mentioned about the trap. Now, I wrote a Mystery of the Trap Light, which to explain this idea that in all traditions about one, understanding who we are, that we are light beings, and that there is this sense of Gnostic entrapment, but also how the Matrix thing is about a deliberate attempt to trap us. And I see that on David Icke afterwards has written a book called The Trap. I haven't read it, but it seems to be the similar idea. So you heard it first. And you reminded me there about people don't notice some of these bodies. There's two things that came to mind that I should mention in relation to how ordinary some of these systems of globalization is. And there was an awful lot of people. There was not a lot of people who are not well known in the United. If I gave a long list, I won't have them in the book, of bureaucrats essentially that were significant in the Atlanticist in setting up this. And if you look at the people behind the various councils that we know about, and they were involved in other things like Cravat. Paul Cravat was one. He also developed the model of the big industrial law firms. Now, big industrial law firms are very, very powerful. So you have like a factory of lawyers that take all the big actions, and they're very, very important. Because in certain areas, if you want to engage in financial instruments, there'll only be two people in the world that know how to, what they mean, and they don't even know what they mean, But I mean, they're so specialized that they're impenetrable, arcane, magic, outside, cast a spell, etc. So he was a classic. He believed in an Atlantic domination of the globalist system. So it's not going to be a surprise that the law firms are perpetuating that all around, because you'll find these all around the world. If you go to Singapore, you'll find big, huge factories of lawyers. Not word factory. We're becoming homo faber. This is what Arendt talked about. Not people that do things ourselves, but the factory individual. And if you look about the music context and the art context, this is the thing I have a bit of a problem with pop culture. And again, if the Liverpool Cotton Association at one time was a very, very big, important body, because the cotton industry shifted through mechanization through Britain, Liverpool, Manchester. There were damp places, ideal for cotton. So they took all the industry from India and put it into Britain because they had the machines. That was important. And the Liverpool Cotton Association was finally closed down in 1963, which was exactly the time the Beatles came. It's quite remarkable. It was exactly the time George Best and Manchester United began to come. There was a kind of cultural shift from those industries into this kind of intellectual property dominated industry. Sporting comes up again from the rural background, and it becomes important, these phenomena. So the pop industry music context is part of the technosphere. It's, the idea that all these guys are talking about your freedom, talking about the whole lot of it. I mean, there's a few exceptional people, but people don't like this because they think, oh yeah, I was a radical, I like this, and they're, really, these are part of the pros. These are part of the pros. Unfortunately, there's a few differences. I mean, even, well, you saw it, say, for example, Prince, the artist formerly known as, and he when he's writing Slave, he was referring to something else. He was actually seemed to be very critical of the system and realized what was going on, and said in a famous instance that there's a battle going on for your soul. I think he understood what was going on. There's very few of them that understand that. And one important historical point, and people can investigate this. I think it was Clarence Strait. I may be, again, a person nobody knows who's that. It doesn't. But if you look at the origins of the NATO treaty, the North Atlantic Treaty that set up NATO, which is the military wing of the Atlanticist system of the new globalism, of the new world order. New world, of course, new world is America. New world is, they sometimes refer to the body inside was the new world. When they went into the body is the new world. If you see that in the literature as well. So people have to reflect on it. Of course, it's what H.G. Wells told us about the New World Order, the book. It's the rule by scientists. That's what they said. But this guy writing, some of his writings led to or inspired NATO. Again, he's part of the whole apparatus. And in his book, it's quite amazing. Again, it's laid out in the book. He describes the need for this cooperation, and the cooperation had begun in particular at Bletchley Park with Alan Turing and that cracking the Enigma code. They began to work closely with the Americans when Churchill talked about the empire of the mind being the next empire, and they were planning to move it to a different level through control of communication. And the guys that came over from 1943 from America sailed on a ship called Aquitania, which is the old area that we're talking about. It's quite ridiculous. But in his book, explaining why we need this closer cooperation, especially from the English-speaking countries, he has a title of a chapter called "The Machine That Needs Government." And in the crucial text, influential text that leads to NATO, he says that the needs of the machine need a global governance. So this is the basis. It's not peace, security. It's machine needs to operate. It's unbelievable. It's there in the text. If you read it, it's quite. I read it and I was flabbergasted that they were so open about it, and so perverse to put the machine. These people are committing us to machine existence, to machine merger, and everyone, even Joe Rogan now said it's inevitable. merger of machine. This is what Arthur C. Clarke said. This is what Bernal said. It's a policy. They're doing it. It's a policy, and we're letting them do it. And we're giving, oh, isn't it great? iPhone, oh, fantastic, whatever it is. We love this technology. We're seduced like fools into this because we don't understand what it is that we have and why they want it. And the factory system, that's what Andy Warhol had, the factory. He said he wanted to be a machine. This glorification of this abstract art, which moves away to mass process systems, away from individual art, is part of that process. And if you look at we had a lot of music coming from Liverpool, music coming from Manchester, came from a nightclub and a record company called The Factory. And this is not accidental. This is not. The factory system is linked to the plantation. The name for the plantations in South America and Central America was ingenio, or ingenio, if you like, which engine, and encano in Portuguese. It was an engine because they began to put the technology in the plantation, the factory system. The factory system was part of the plantation. It was an element of it. So these fellas have said that it's about the machine. NATO is nothing got to do with peace, nothing got to do with security. It's about machines. Give us your money. I think the center in Stockholm and research into armaments and that says that now it is 2 trillion. It was annually on military budgets. It's just on the incredible amount of money spent on military stuff. They don't care about humans. They don't care about nature. They don't care about water. They don't care about air. They will take those things. Now, there's only so much you can say. Well, people, I don't want to hear that. I want to, I want to watch Friends and think the thing is nice and just relax. And I don't want to. That's the way a lot of people think. That's fine. That's their decision, and good luck to them. But if you believe, I'm not selling anything. I'm not telling people to go any particular path. I avoid, in many senses, too much of that. I can respond, but what I'm saying is, inform your choice before you kind of inform your spirit or your spiritual destination, because we've come to a crossroads, not just for humanity, but for every individual. And the empowering thing is that activating your consciousness is about losing fear. Because if you are, what is it to gain the world and lose your soul, as going back to biblical or New Testament. So the whole point is that if the triumphant thing in you is your spirit, your body will go. There's no pockets and shrouds. We'll all go. We'll all die. We'll all move. It's not about that. It's about, but as in the plant thing, the plant will die, but it comes back in perennial context, like perennial philosophy. It comes up again and again. As Goethe was saying, but the key thing is this driving force that comes and dies, but it persists. It's the seed that the individual will carry. But the seed is a reflection of the carrier. The content is the spirit. Carrier and content is important. They want to take all the carriers of things to control the content. We have the content that's the critical thing in it. It's not all the material stuff. So don't give it away cheaply. Or if you do, be aware that you're giving away, as Faust was. Say, okay, I'm happy to go and live in hell, whatever it is, but don't dismiss those things, whether psychologically, culturally, or in a real sense of a place or a condition, a state that you will be in. So it's the positive thing. And as you said earlier on, the contrast makes us focus on why we have the last point. Again, G.K. Chesterton says, if you're coming to remove a fence or something that's there, it's called the Chesterton's fence idea. Make sure you can articulate why the fence was there in the first place before you got rid of it. So when all the people are saying, oh yeah, throw out all this church, even the church itself is saying that. It's most rampant within the church, which which seems to have been taken over, if you ask me, like the Catholic Church, it's taken over as well, and it will act as people have accused it of acting. You can't rely on institutions. You can't rely on states. You can't rely on political parties. You can't rely on organizations. You have to develop your spirituality. And the mystical tradition says that people will begin to connect without those organizations on a higher level. And this is part of the evolution. The emergence from the chrysalis is when we begin to move up to a higher level, genuine trust based on some kind of mutuality and respect, which is not written down. As the Tao Te Ching says, when you do those things, it means nothing, it becomes nothing. It's based on a genuine appreciation of people who have come out from the crowd, or again in the Christian, come out from among them. You have to, and the idea, leave your family, it doesn't mean the family is very important. It means you have to really commit yourself to your own spirit, your conscious. You're an individual in that context. And it's only from the efflorescence of your own individuality that you can relate to people in a proper sense as an individual that has benefited from those contexts and can then contribute and find its own sort as well. And that's what's happened. The positive thing as well is that the global thing it's not going backwards now. A lot of it is lost. A lot of people don't understand that there really is no such thing as Ireland anymore. There's nothing meaningful to talk about except the geographical, and even that's disputed. But there's nothing to talk about as anything meaningful, as a coherent unit of anything cultural. These are gone. So that doesn't mean, the story persists, the narrative, the understanding, the comprehension, the myth, the symbols, the realizations, the insights, the history, the story of individuals that help us understand patterns, and that can help us to, which is the essence of the work that I seek to do, is to commit ourselves to spiritual evolution, because I believe, to start out in the mystical accord, that there's been a certain failure of spiritual evolution, and everything comes from that.
Absolutely. And in a time where you mentioned you can't rely on the institutions, the culture is inverted, music, everything, every aspect of society, the true mystical consciousness and the truth of who we are, it's all going to be underground in a sense. You're never going to see it advertised. It's that old the song, the revolution will not be televised, right? I mean, and it's true. You're not going to be finding these answers in the mainstream. You're not going to necessarily find a book on the truth of who we are in a store like Barnes and Noble. You got to go to the underground, right? And so it's an empowering realization to come into that, to actually, I guess, accept the responsibility of that and the times that we're in. Because as we just sort of described, there isn't one clear answer and one snap your fingers type of legislative solution to all of these agendas, but there also is at the same time a very clear path, and that's the path of the spirit, and that's the going and recognizing oneself as the light beyond belief, beyond identity, beyond the division, beyond the circus show, the identity that we have been conditioned to live upon. And it starts with questioning those beliefs, questioning the ideas, questioning the attachments, and recognizing the true self. And I can say confidently for both of us, neither of us necessarily fear what is taking place. I'm not in a fear of my life for this sort of agenda. I mean, what will happen, but I recognize I'm empowered in my own decision to how to respond to it. So it's like, okay, well, I'll go through my day and I will do my best. And that's enough for me to spread awareness and plant seeds of awareness of where I can. I know you do the same thing. And that, I think people can find a sense of deeper peace from that and taking that approach, and a deeper sense of meaning within these times as well, because the system itself doesn't really provide meaning. And that was part of after our first conversation, that was just the whole idea of meaning was something I went and explored deeply. right? And it's kind of shaped a lot of my exploration since. And its meaning is it's really that sixth sense. It's that spiritual consciousness. It is the stepping into who we are on a deeper level and individual responsibility. We craft that ourselves, right? And it is a sensory perception. So as we move forward,
Yeah, and that's right. And yeah, I noticed you're good on the linguistic philosophy, and you're using that as you would do as your person is interested in words and poetry and music and literature and studies and this is what the inklings around Lewis and Tolkien, Barfield said, that in language still is housed meaning from the past that we can reap as well. They're hidden in the language. There's the stories, there's the senses that we can still go. I think in the future they'll begin increasingly to standardize language, to reduce it and to abolish it. People think I think they'll seek to abolish conversations face to face at a certain stage. People think that's crazy. Well, some of the things they said before they happened sounded crazy, and they're not crazy now. They're normalcy. It's not revolution. The revolution has happened, of course. It's gone. We're well into the revolution, and I believe that the revolution probably started it started in 1863 to 1963. It was done by 1963, as a lot of people understood, as Philip K. Dick understood. So we're in moving into relative final stages, truncations of the before the wall, which was accelerated to 2020, and it has to finish by whatever. You can take 2030, it could be earlier, but the seeds of the end will be before that. So we're talking about counter-revolution, and we also have to say, well, what is the lessons? And I've studied it a lot, talked to people involved in civil wars, wars of independence. So I'm very conscious of how these work and how they work with empires. So it's the same from the United States. You'll have a war of a liberation or a war of independence, and it will be followed by a civil war, because the empire never leaves you. The empire never went away. So it's going to continue that. And a system of power will triumph over the pre-existing one. If you look at, there's a good book written about the origin of US business and how it was linked to the Civil War. The Civil War, this is where all your big industries came from, through the financing system. This is where you had your National Currency Act, where your greenbacks came from. Again, the Sherman or the Sherman brothers involved in these systems. So you had the National Banking Acts in the early 60s, all around this period, where they were establishing that moving the empire always moves up to the higher level. The next level is the control of your consciousness. The money doesn't, they're saying, the money's, no, they don't. It's the control of your consciousness is the key thing. So while you're concerned about one thing over there, it doesn't really matter. Fear, I'm not afraid of the thing. Thanks be to God. I do my best, and I'm willing to face whatever comes from where I am, because I'm doing the best that I can in the context, and that's all you're ever asked to do. Where flawed, that's the liberating thing. It's not a criticism from the people that came and said, you're a flawed being. It's saying that this is inherent in the human condition. You have to make your best efforts, but you have to make it from an acceptance of your spirit and of your body. We are, some people get a bad deal, whatever. Some people are luckier, but we're embodied still, and that's very, very important. And the body is not, whatever condition, is never anything to hate. It's never anything to, and this desire, like the prosthesis, cosmetic surgery, make yourself look better by surgical intervention to make yourself look more machine-like. You can see where that's going. But the counter-revolution is part of a process. If as happened at national level, we're looking at global level. Well, what will happen? There will be something like a global war of independence. And it may be that what we're seeing now is part of what they will call in the future that global war of independence. When we were fighting to maintain this world state, we had to fight against the nasty Russians, maybe the Chinese after that. We had to fight then against all the anti-technology people, because this is what they're saying already, who are they're preparing the next group of terrorists. The next group of terrorists are anyone that criticizes technology. It's laid out. So if you say, well, you're getting into the suspect league. They're laying that out already. So these people will be people that will have to be opposed as dangerous people. That will be, you can predict it. There was bombs going off recently. You can predict another Unabomber scenario on a bigger scale. Remember, of course, that the Unabomber was a promising mathematician who was engaged in experiments, or was forced and humiliated and it's not to justify anything, but he was involved in experimentation, which affected him, and he was part of the process. As was Whitey Bulger. It's quite incredible. The state interfering to create monstrous situations from there. So there will be that kind of global war, and after the war, as what happens, what will we get? We'll get a civil war. So the civil war will be the new global enterprise warring against everyone that is seen to be opposition. Now, so that's the pattern through history. Now, why this should not happen in the same context? It's happened every country. If we look at decolonization, every country in Africa went through the same process. Ireland is a classic example. The United States, it's the same thing. So we'll get this, the war of independence, as it'll be called. It won't be independence, it'll be independence for the class of people that run. And then we'll have the civil war. What will the civil war be? Will anybody that is against a technocracy? Anybody. Who are against the technocracy? Religious people, spiritual people, people that love nature. They will be, that's the implication of it. And that's based on a historical thing. I mean, people can judge that for themselves. But that's the way it's going to happen. And they control all the apparatus of the automatic new world. It's an automatic new world order. So algorithms can do this. Well, that Evan guy over wherever he is, he said something. Yeah, pop, you're gone. Or the system does it. The intelligent, it does it. You're gone. You know, can't he give us a piece of bread? So, you know, I don't want to be putting in a bad mood, but you know, right. Yeah, same with me. So I'm prepared. But there's the same process. It's automatic. They did it, and look what they did in Canada. You know, people protesting. You know, and you can't buy it. You can't go to the shop after your money's not working. Unbelievable. And so all these intellectuals on both sides of the spectrum, whatever side of the spectrum, upside down, left, right, whatever, it doesn't matter. If they don't see where this is going, whatever they have done in their life intellectually is not worth the paper is written on. It's meaningless. Now, and again, some of the big intellectuals, they're big on some of the phony war issues. They're not big on the big issues, you know. So great the work that Jordan Peterson does, but he, in fairness to him, I'm ambivalent about him, because cleaning your room is one thing, but I mean, it doesn't solve the big. It doesn't solve the big issues. It's a great antidote when before you're going to be locked up, as people were cleaning a room, nothing else to do. But he was asked a question in an interview recently about artificial intelligence, and he said, again, both sides. He didn't commit himself. He said that you don't want an automatic system to be tyrannous, or you don't want it to get the exact words, but you don't want your masters to have automatic technology, because then you have tyranny. But he did qualify, like, I hope we can use it. Unfortunately, it's too late for that. If we ignore things, we become ignorant. That's what ignorant is. Yeah. So a lot of us are ignorant, and I accept, even though I've been trying to find answers to these things for years. I was involved in the things. In the last year, when I was in academia, I was invited both by the Chinese Academy of Social Science and the Academy of European Law, and I taught the High Court of Beijing on international legal issues. So I wasn't involved in things, but it's difficult to work out all the different elements, and it's taken me a long time. So I understand that, and some of the views I had about some things a few years ago, I understand there's a process of evolution. But some people are very slow on it. Some people that don't have an excuse that are, and loads of people. What is it you're hanging on for? What is it you're hanging on for? For a few more years of acquiescence and tipping the cap and being afraid and biting your tongue, or afraid of what other people think of you. I certainly have a different set of friends now, because a lot of people have stayed where they are, and I'm not staying. I'm not staying in zones that are stagnant in that sense, and I'm not staying away. I'm not staying in a materialist environment where people believe this stuff, and I'm not staying in an environment where I think that people are living in a fantasy world, looking at shadows on a wall. This is what you're doing, folks. In some cases, you have to wake up in relation to spending your life looking at football clubs, or spending your, we all do things. I'm not saying I don't do these things, but I do it. I do it on the side in some sense, and very little of it. But in relation to what the meaningful thing, I don't get up in the morning and think of a football club, as a lot of people do. It's unbelievable. Clubs like Arsenal. Yeah, Arsenal. It's unbelievable. Arsenal Football Club, one of the biggest ones. What's it called, Arsenal? Because they were working, it was associated with the Arsenal, where they produce weapons. It's kind of unbelievable. You're living in a military system. I support the Arsenal. You have to wake up to what's going on. These what the process is, and not regard yourself as an observer in this world, as opposed to a participant. This is a world that you are contributing to or not contributing to. This is a path that you are contributing to or not contributing to. Now, you can't be blamed for the thing, but there is different consequences for whatever that consciousness is within you. And that's the great liberation thing. I'm not afraid of the fear thing. It does, when you're engaged in a mystical thing, it doesn't, it loses its potency. Fear is a very primitive thing. And of course, there's all circumstances where people are naturally afraid. Their body is going to make them afraid of things. It's a natural thing. But that kind of intellectual fear is the fear that is associated with anomie, of dislocation, of alienation, all these things that grew up in particular. These things grew up, anomie, alienation. There were things that grew in the second part of the 19th century associated with this movement. Dostoevsky recognized that there was a century, as I would say, a century of change of society, which based on the machine, that Tolkien recognized. And when he's talking about the ring, his son made it clear, he was also a member of the Inkling, that the ring represented the power of the machine, and as controlled by people. That's what it was. He said he always argued it wasn't an allegory, but he did say that to his son. And in many ways, he was. I used to wonder, what is this useful about Tolkien? It might be interesting, but is it useful in relation to all these big problems? And what he is saying was that in the great imagination of humanity, the great imaginarium, there is all these mythological resources that point to the law, that issue that we've talked about, a proper way to do things and a way that's improper. So the hero of the figure is a hobbit who's not really into technology, who's not really, they're not into big things. They kind of live a normal pace, a proportionate pace, etc. And it's a glorification of that inherent humanity as against the machine, as against that sorcery. They go together, sorcery, dark sorcery, and the psychopathic element that's there. A lot of people don't want to think about these, but we are creating a psychopathocracy, as has been argued for from people that were involved in study of ponerology, that saw both the Nazis and the Soviet Union. They saw how a system changes and how nutters begin to govern it. And if you don't believe that nutters are governing you now, I think you're probably one of them yourself. No disrespect to ordinary decent nutters, but I mean these type of psychopaths that want to destroy people. I mean, if you don't get it now, you're never going to get it.
Right. And it's becoming abundantly clear just based on, I mean, you look at the World Economic Forum, they have no problem destroying all the systems in order to enact their great reset, right? And it kind of highlights the point that you said earlier, and they have no problem destroying people's lives, creating suffering, causing division, causing wars, destroying nature, all of these different things. There's no hesitation upon that, and they don't act under I think maybe where a lot of people fail to grasp it is they assume they act like the average person, or they have the average, they have the moral frameworks of the average person. But like you said, a psychopathocracy. I hadn't heard that. I hadn't heard that word in this sense, but that's the type of system we're creating and we're already living with under, based on the lack of moral frameworks and the lack of ethics that are present within this sort of, the world that we're creating under this technological, I would say, agenda. So I think that's where a lot of people need to have that wake up call, is that this is not, the system itself doesn't have morals, doesn't have ethics, it doesn't have the good intentions, and follow the direction of the heart, and the soul and the spirit and the ultimately love, right? So it is purely through mind, it is purely through algorithms, purely through rationalization. And when you're operating on that, you can operate with and have no regard for potentially eliminating or alienating or whatever it may be to others and to mankind as a whole. And it creates this, it creates the inevitable self-annihilation and, ultimately cannibalistic nature of that psychopathocracy and that mindset. And
I think it was Lobachevsky who was there. There was a very interesting in Poland, and this is also the area that Cardinal Wojtyla became Pope John Paul came from, and he was very interested in the stuff he wrote about personhood. I mean, whatever else people think about. He made a mistake in relation to the New World Order. He knew that it was inevitable, and so he tried to, in some way, modify or get involved in it. And he was against this figures in the church that want to despiritualize the church, and he was fighting against them as well. It's a very interesting story. But from that crucible in Poland, you had these people who, under Nazism and the Soviet Union, began to say, okay, well, let's look at this academically. Now, a lot of their stuff was lost, and the translations of them, not the translation themselves, but there's limited stuff to translate. But what they noticed was, like, when Jacques Vallée has talked about this in relation to studies I've done in America on the takeover by the Soviets of the Baltic states, how they do it. You don't need huge amount of numbers. And this is a key thing in relation to Normans as well. And this is, remember, some of these Bolsheviks and that learned from the systems. A lot of them, Trotsky and Marx, they were in London. Trotsky, of course, there's a book called Dark Invasion. It was about a fellow called Tom Tunney, actually, who was, it was interesting, obviously, because from the same family at some stage or other. But he was the head of the first Homeland Security in the United States when the Germans were trying to bomb New York Harbor. At the end of the book, it's a very interesting story, and they were successful in because they were bombing ships leaving New York, and they had to. So there was a lot of German agents in New York. But at the end of the book, he's watching when 200 people are leaving New York, Trotsky and that. So the people that ran the Soviet Union came from New York with the they had been watching them as terrorists, if you like, and all of a sudden they're supported by the bankers in New York, the WASPs, to fund the takeover in Russia. So it's quite amazing. But I was going to say that there are, if you look at the spiritual tradition, there are benefits that are gained. So it's not all, okay, you realize what's going on is terrible and you have to suffer and do things and lose out on the good things. It's not just all like that.
Yeah.
There's also things like the gifts of the spirit, as they call them in Christian terms or whatever, but the same and other things about, as you said, peace of mind, about forbearance, or able to cope with the world. And I think it manifests in things in a genuine sense of humor, or just a positivity about going forward. Some of the most spiritual people I know, well, they're never going to get depressed. I mean, they don't get depressed in any real sense, in a deep sense. Of course, they have terrible things, but they can deal with those things. They get a cushion somewhere to help them with the trials and tribulations that we're all going to face, all the losses and things that are the nature of the human condition. But it's interesting. One particular thing is that what the psychopath is very good at is spotting when you're acting inconsistent with what you're saying, at detecting your body language, whatever. And where does that come from? It comes from when you're not being your true self. If you're trying to be something else, and this is what C.S. Lewis warned about, you're trying to make yourself, ingratiate yourself with a ring that have power, and not to offend the person. The person's been very nice and saying, do you want to join the club? And the public, etc., etc., etc. So it's the soft road scenario as well. And the psychopath is better at spotting the body language. So it's better at knowing what your instincts are, and that's the great weakness, vulnerability and susceptibility. But some of that comes from the fact. I'm not making it too. I don't want to make too much generalization, but part of it comes back from the gap that we create ourselves between this construct of a persona and ego and who we are. So it is interesting that a lot of spiritual people, and again, I don't want to make too many generalizations, but sometimes the opposition against some of these things comes from a spiritual background. People from that tradition, they say, no, I'm not having that. Or to take the example of Dr. Zelenko, and from a Jewish perspective, I got a mix. I was talking to Sean Stone on his program, and I said Zelensky instead of Zelenko, which I made a mistake. Well, God rest his soul. But so he was applying his theological perspective to these issues, and he said that he said he's fallen out with his family over these issues and his friends, and he regarded and his co-religionists. So he regarded his family as those people that were spiritually struggling against the system. And I think that's correct. So what's happening is that people in their own traditions, they're not renouncing their traditions, but they're moving up into a different level, and they're reapplying it at a different level, drawing on the sustenance, the inherent genius in their traditions, and applying it in a way that is of benefit to other people. And so we have to be careful about not being divided, and to be skeptical about these attempts to divide us. And again, to younger people, not to realize that they've been programmed more than we have been. They've been exposed to utter constant propaganda designed to sell the message of the system, which the propaganda model does, to lodge it in your brain and to physically lodge it in your neurons and your synapses through your interaction with this world, the matrix of machines, death and speed, which was the essence of the futurist policy, which manifested in both communism and Nazism, which was the love of the machine, and associated with that machine speed comes death. It's death culture. Death is the defining element, and those elements become integrated into the machine, as it will be. All these debate overpopulation. It's always the same. That's the reason why they had the plantation in Northern Ireland, said it was overpopulation. They had to get rid of the people. That's why they sent the people over the United States that became the white trash. Was overpopulation. Always this overpopulation. Never let's have a solution of economic development which will stop, which always regulates. That's the best regulator of population. Once you reach over a certain economic level, the birth rate usually falls to 1.22, whatever it is. It doesn't sustain itself in those contexts. So that's the way to do it. But they don't want to give you a proper chance, because then you might take their power. So it's better to buy the products, to create these conditions, and then to say, okay, well, we'll harvest the people now, and harvesting. Another last one on that, organ harvesting. It's a serious reality. So there's all these grim things, but I mean, that's where you're going to get to. And the people left in the zoo will also be, if what the scientists said, scientists that have rejected religion, rejected God, rejected spirituality, rejected ethics, rejected morality, who just have that psychopathic love of control, predictability, and experimentation. But there's an awful lot of things they could do to have fun with us that wouldn't be fun for us. Yeah. So, I mean, if that's not a kind of a good enough reason to pay attention, at least, to what's going on in the world, I don't know what it is. They've said this. So in the human zoo. So it won't be nice. And as well as that, just the last point. Sorry for going on so long.
No, you're good.
There's a supermarket here down the road, which I don't usually go into, but I go when I'm visiting the university sometimes, at the library. And so you go in, and there's this electronic thing that comes, and you have to leave some of your stuff outside. It's unbelievable. You go in, they have the room that self-produces, some automatic system that produces lettuce, some strange green, 40 shades of green. I've never seen a shade of green lettuce like this one. So they produce in the store. You come down, you have to queue up. There's a screen that tells you what number you are queuing, and you come out, and you have to use your receipt to open the gate to get out of it. It's exactly the same as the farming systems they've introduced. So everything that we have done to animals will happen to us. These systems that are done to animals will happen to us. So the relationship we have to nature comes to us. We are being domesticated. We're being treated already like animals, and we're accepting it. So as we accept it, there's a certain point in which you say, you've accepted it. You are devolving. You are going backwards. And, we go through the animal, plant, whatever. But it's not a plant, a noble plant out in it's a mechanical plant, controlled, and that element that's cognitively remaining, they won't get rid of it altogether, because they won't have fun if you can't perceive how bad it is.
Right.
It's no fun for them. So I'm going to give you a little bit of freedom so they can enjoy it. So it wouldn't be fun just going to the Colosseum if you didn't have the person there that could react to the lion coming out that was going to tear them apart. It's no fun, so they enjoyed it. That people should read Roman history if they want to understand what this system is about, and so it's just, it's not that I'm inventing things. I mean, look at all the things that have happened in the world. Yeah. Look at what happened in Iraq. It's an unbelievable story, and they're going to try and do the same thing in Iran, because all the cowardly politicians that are involved in the military industrial complex or puppets for the security agencies are trying to cultivate a situation where they can attack. They've been trying to do that again, because they don't want any homogenous culture that has a spiritual element of it. They've been interfering in there for years, altering the things, and it goes back to the British Empire as well, and Mesopotamia. It's the same old story. There was, when I go, my father's uncles, they were talking about the British Empire and Mesopotamia, the same old stuff: oil, resources, access to the warm water, not letting Russia get down. It's the same story. If people don't see it in a historical context and they believe when some figurehead comes on the news and tells them why this is really this is bad people over there doing bad things to you, and they need your children to go and fight for the, to fight for the liberation. Cop on now at this stage, because it's really the manipulation is so palpable that the excuses for ignoring what has happened, where are the weapons of mass destruction, and how many lies they get satisfaction out of it. But even they'll get bored with people being so docile that the fun will go out of it for them.
Yeah, exactly.
They'll come up with more psychopathic stuff.
Well, that seems to be the nature of it. It gets a little bit more unbelievable each day in the sense and then the lines that they're willing to go to. But I mean, it's only going to continue and expand upon the psychopathic element, and for the people like us who are sort of guided by our own moral framework, it looks more and more horrifying each day for that reason, because it's meant to be. I think they like to have fun with the little man in the circus, I suppose, right? they like to see him scream when the lion comes out and he's about to get devoured. So
yeah, there's no question. And there's also that you can see that sneery puss they have on them. A lot of the leaders that are come up through these systems, they have that sadistic element. You can see it in Macron. He said about annoying. It's unbelievable for a national leader to say about wanting to piss off his own people. You can see it in the woman in New Zealand that everyone was telling me was wonderful when she came in. But you can see this. You can see that psychopathic satisfaction. You could always see I could never believe at the start when Blair and people, I say, serious, do you not see who this guy is? I couldn't believe that they as consistent, and he's still going at it. He's still going on it, because for him it doesn't matter. It's the same as the system that wasted your billions and billions of dollars in Afghanistan in a war that they could never win and were never going to win and didn't even want to win, and to convince the American people again that it was noble struggle to go and lose their lives over there, as the British had been doing, fighting for the Khyber Pass, with Irish fellows going over there, fighting over there. It was 30,000 poor fools from Ireland went to fight in the Crimean War in 1850s, and the other wars. They're very good at utilizing these people in the lower classes to go and do the dirty work and to lose their life and limbs for their system, and they continue to do it. The same as the First World War. It's unbelievable. There is no other explanation for the continuation of these struggles in France from these systems, wanting Normandy, and also Norman, it has even the word Roman in it. It's quite remarkable. And I often wondered whether, is that just an accident, that they took that particular form and allowed it to. I think not. I think there was a reference, but I'm not trying to be. There is a bit of gallows humor about some of the things, but it's only sometimes. I mean, that happened. It has happened in a number of occasions. There's a number of people who went on to do great things who were sentenced to death, and then it was commuted or whatever. And then because of that process, when they were so close to losing it, they have a spiritual understanding that, I better use the time I have to. It's the same as the near-death experience. Okay, I nearly passed on. Let's concentrate now on the thing. So this is the thing. So we moved to the edge and looked over it and said, "Oh, shit, doesn't look very, very nice." Okay, let's go back onto let's find where we went wrong on this. This is the wrong way forward. So it's two things: hope and play. There are two circuits in the brain: a play circuit and a hope circuit. Now, this is an important point, because I don't want to appear, and I never want to appear hopeless. I seek to be realistic and to say this is the consequence, this is the trajectory. There it started off there, and there it's going to. This is the bus. If you get on this bus, this is where it's going to. That's all I'm saying. This is the number on that bus, and you don't want to get on that bus. It's the same when I was in New Orleans, and I was walking someplace, and a guy stopped his car and said, "No, you don't want to walk." It's the same kind of idea, but I lost my train of thought there. I was
hope and play.
Oh yeah, thanks. I'm glad you were listening. You passed that test with flying colours, so thank you. So if you look at the people that have written about the stuff that Kaczynski wrote, who was in prison in Colorado, I think. But they studied his work, and his theory was based on a theory of learned helplessness. So his belief was, and there's a lot of other proof, put it aside, because once you say that, they say, "Oh yeah, you're one of these people." I said it's a peaceful solution, non-violent. I'm crystal clear about that. Go nowhere with violence. I'm against it. It's not the way. It's not the way forward as the solution to what is a spiritual issue. I'm not saying that there will be violence in the future, but I'm not advocating that, and it's not going to work. So, but his theory was based on the work of Martin Seligman and learned helplessness, and they showed that animals, when they begin to get tortured, which is what scientists do. Scientists torture animals all the time. We know that, from going vivisection to constant things. And that doesn't seem to be a problem for them, because they treat them as objects, as they treat us as objects, as they will treat. And we'll get the same thing. It'll come to us in the karmic sense. So the animal, after a while, begins to realize there's nothing they can do about it, and they become helpless in relation to their response to it. And his argument was that we have this learned helplessness as well. And there's recent studies of looking back at Seligman, and they say that the key thing to prevent this is hope. Now, not just hope, let's hope, and Barack Obama hope, and change, or whoever did hope, Bill Clinton hope, not that kind of hope, but genuine hope. And hope prevents helplessness. So that's important. Hope prevents learned helplessness. Oh, I can't do anything. What can I do? Hope prevents it. And hope is a genuine understanding of potential, of possibilities, of solutions. And that comes from an appreciation of your consciousness, of the full extent. Now, all these people that did great things have the same consciousness as you. They may have different skills, but you have the same potential. And it's only when you begin to unlock your potential that you can find that you have different levels to yourself that even you didn't understand. That the person you are in a week's time may be far more advanced in understanding the world than today, or me tomorrow. It happens all the time. I feel I've moved on and understand some. But I do have hope, absolutely have hope, because hope is another spiritual gift. It comes inherently from believing in your spiritual consciousness. So people say, "Oh, belief, that's not true." No, belief is the essence of achievement. Believing in something is that focus. It's what great sports people, anyone that achieves something, they have that focus on it and the hope they'll get there. They're willing to get up off the ground, or in the UFC context, get beaten, win in the last minute. It's that inherent nature. So hope is the solution to helplessness, and hope is ingrained in us. And hope is the spiritual gift, and hope is the essence of divine consciousness that says that whatever you thought is the limitation of the problem, there is something bigger than that, something you can't even conceive of. So by definition, that matrix you can let it be closed and live in that prison, but it's not the inherent nature. That's only from you succumbing to that by allowing yourself to be trapped. And the creativity and the possibilities, they only come after when people first understand, hold on, something wrong here, psychopathocracy, New World Order, scientocracy, empire of scientism, all those possible descriptions of this monstrous automatic New World Order, transhumanist, automated system, automated techno-totalitarian system, all that, that's all coming. So you can accept that, or you can invest in yourself. You can seek what we should be seeking, in my view, is spiritual evolution. To do it individually, and then with the benefits of what you have sown and what you can harvest, to share it with other people, to assist on a higher level, to create a network of meaning. A network of meaning. That's not something that you sign up for. That's not something that you have to pull your trouser leg up on and go into a dark room and look at skulls and all that and the secret society to get. No, you have it. You have it. You have it inherently. And by concentrating on it, you can bring it to a higher level. And through that, the elements of trust and those valuable elements begin to operate. The valuable of cooperation, the key element that was lost from the theory of evolution, that the anarchists, in fact, criticized the materialist dominate movement. They said, no, that's not the history of evolution. The history of human evolution is cooperation. We couldn't have got where we were if we didn't cooperate. This idea that we're atomistic, which is this chemistry, scientific idea. Margaret Thatcher said there's no such thing as society. She also studied chemistry. So her view of the world was influenced, I think, by that atomistic view. We're all separate. That's not true. We're interconnected. We cooperate. We have to have effective levels of cooperation at a higher level. But I would argue that we can't do so until we identify specifically the problem that we're facing. And that's why it's important to explore some of these historical, whatever, to sharpen and to put into the arena so people can use. We can't solve it with an ideological approach. An ideological approach is where you have an a priori assumption and you're going to go and it's established. This is the way of the automaton that doesn't want to think. It makes you helpless in a different way, but helpless and destructive. A pragmatic sense where you don't have, you're willing to look at a whole picture with a cosmopolitan sense, be open-minded, not prejudged, look for solutions wherever they come, and then employ your creativity to begin to have solutions. They have to be above the rubric that they're putting us into. They have to be above the cage, out of the box, etc., out of the black chamber, and they know more and more about us. So we have to be imaginative, and we also have to persuade the people that are in the system themselves that they're on the wrong thing, and that can only happen by genuine insight and by genuine understanding. Because I'm not saying there's a big bunch of bad people. There's bad people there, and there's other people in the system, and there's other people that don't see it. And there's a whole range of, you only need the key players to make the system. But there's also a lot of extremely intelligent, compassionate scientists, whatever. There is change going on in science. There is a movement to post-materialism, which is reassuring. Whether it's enough or they realize how bad it is, I'm not sure, but that is ongoing. So there is hope. So hope and play is the other one. Play is another circuit in the brain. Now it's not there if there wasn't a good reason for it. Now play is the essence of learning. Play is the essence of fun. It's the essence of interaction with other people. It's the essence of intellectual experimentation. It's the essence of art. It's the essence of a lot of positive things. But play has been turned into a propaganda system. A play is really something which is now in the propaganda system. The same thing. Most theatre seems to be, you can't get into the cultural context in the Western world now unless you sign up for a whole range of systems. If you want to publish a book and many of the main things, then they're not going to publish certain books. They're not going to publish if you have a certain skin color, which is an unbelievable product of the, or if you're not from a particular racial group. It's unbelievable. So this is the control model. The artistic community is part and parcel, as it was in Russia and the Soviet Union. It's not genuine art in that sense when you get into that, when it's signed in. But genuine play is about that exploration of engaging in different mental constructs, of interacting with people, of experimenting without, not in the scientific lab sense that we're going to get, but in the experimentation with our own capacity, in play with other people, in an intellectual discussion as we're having, engaging in visualization and trying to understand different people and roles and all that kind of stuff. So hope and play are two key gifts we have that we can foster, that we can contribute towards that search in the network of meaning as part of, I've talked about mystic murmuration, and the mystic murmuration will form a network of meaning. The network of meaning, as the murmuration does, it plays, and it's hopeful. It's the hope of a benefit of a new meaning that can see from above and look at what's wrong, and to reassess ourselves, reassess our relationship with nature, reassess our treatment of animals, reassess why we need to kill 75,000 whales to further killing people and to make killing better in the trenches in World War I. Instead of, like poppies is another example of a symbol associated with the dead in war. But instead of doing robotic ceremonies for the people that don't go to war to maintain their systems of power, why don't we remember the reasons why the people died and ask what their spirits would say if they were, from the window pane of history beyond the other, they wouldn't want their lives to be forgotten for being involved in stupid systems that are destructive, that we will encounter in the future as well as famine and that. So hope and play and spiritual consciousness and network to begin to persuade. We can only persuade and advocate if we understand who we are and understand and do the discipline a bit that a lot of spiritual people don't want to do. They want trite solutions. Oh, well, it's the Catholic Church, it's the Federal Reserve, it's this, it's that, it's simple things. It's and they don't get you anywhere. It's the aliens, it's the green. There might be, but it doesn't. We have enough things to work on without going outside. We can use Occam's razor, focus on the thing the simplest explanation, which is consistent, which is it doesn't threaten anybody except the psychopaths, maybe. Yeah. But it doesn't threaten other people. It's not intended to be divisive. It's not even intended to fundamentally to say that all these people involved in this system are doing that. It's to persuade and say this is the wrong way, and that we've lost focus on the key issues. So yeah, those circuits are in our brain, so they're there for a reason, and we shouldn't underestimate. So as well as that, associated with that is humor. Hope and play is humor, and humor is a unique human gift. I understand they're training AI to be humorous. They will certainly be more humorous than your television comedians in the US. That's not hard because they're reading off a script. They're being automatons. They're doing political propaganda there instead of humor. But there is a thing for younger people that haven't seen it. There is a thing called humor, which saves people, which is redemptive, and which helps them in difficult times, and which is a context of shared experience and nodal points between people. So that goes in with the hope and play. And the other thing, genuine poetry that enables you to take a vehicle of someone else's insights and escape from a limitation they have, and to see something different from a different perspective with parallax, so you can see it again, to renew your perspective, to give hope sometimes, to play with words, to expand, to explore our human consciousness, and not to buy into this deadening, mathematical, reductive, computational theory of mind, which is solely part of a system governance, of controlling system. That's where Babbage and the computer, the machine came from. It was dealing with this imperial system that needed so much information, wanted control to have a system, and it's always governance. So our consciousness invented all these things. They didn't invent themselves. It's like to say, oh, artificial intelligence, as if it's a phenomenon on itself. It doesn't come out of it. It comes out of human intention and will. And by the same token, we have human intention and will. And we can do magic. It's not black magic. It's the magic of creativity, divine magic. Often in the tradition in Europe, divine light magic. It's the power to break out of a limited matrix by communication with the archetypal and real angels of the universe that are intelligences that John Dee relied on for the British Empire. We can get the better angels of our nature to let us know how to combat these systems that have got out of control. So and that will combat learned helplessness. But these are real phenomena: anomie, alienation, depression, which are intellectual, existential problems, which are associated with getting into a mindset. Don't let yourself be led in that. Don't let yourself be depressed by it. Don't let yourself be your own consciousness be obscured by that. Don't be fearful of what people can do for you, because they can't at the moment take away your spirit. Your spirit is transcendent, and it's part of an imminent spiritual universe, part of the great spirit. But we're unique. We're unique elements in that. We're not just parts. We're not just drops in the water. We're unique to have to find our own expression and to live to be the best that we can.
Absolutely. And what a beautiful, I guess, I was going to ask you if you had like a direction people can go in as a final thought, but I think that perfectly articulates it, and where people can really tap into to, not even necessarily looking for solutions, but to explore their own true nature and to take on the role of the artist or the visionary, and the one who is using their creativity to solve the challenges of today. I mean, we're in a unique, precarious situation, certainly, but mankind has dealt with challenge since the dawn of our inception, since we've been here. So it's really no different, and maybe it's a different type of infringement, and maybe it is creating a system that is unique in a certain aspect. But it's like the story of Atlantis. Civilizations have blown themselves up before. They've run themselves out of into ruin. So I mean, it's also not unique in the same sense. So we can take on that role of the artist, the visionary, become the change by embodying that true nature, that mystical consciousness, this exploration, really go on the hero's journey within oneself. And then I'm a believer in we are the ultimate creators of our perception, our reality. And if we can commit to that path, maybe we will, if enough people start to go down that path, we'll be rewarded with some, you can't account for a divine intervention and a collective shift in consciousness, I would say. So there's a lot that we don't know.
To corroborate last point, to corroborate that, and this is the thing that's not clear. People talk about growing and think, oh, that must be something difficult, like physical stuff and all that kind. But things grow of their own accord if you let them. And when your consciousness grows, then you get the benefits from the when the seed sprouts or whatever and comes across or comes up out of the soil. It's only then you can get the benefits from the light, for example. So you have to move. You can say, I'm going to be a seed forever, and that's not a good path. But it's that movement, and then other things happen. So the light and the water, etc., comes into it. So what is a thing that people don't understand, and perhaps it's easier when they're a bit older to see, is that when you do it, you cannot know where you get on the bus. You say, I'm getting on, this is a good bus, it's not going to that one, okay. But you really don't know what's ahead of you. And in the positive sense, the positive elements will surprise you, and they will surprise you when the helpers come, because you have committed. That's a clear role of spiritual. You can see it in the hero's journey, Campbell and that, about the helpers. It's all the traditions. The helpers only come because you're not being helpless. You have set yourself on the path. You've created some momentum. Now, it might be flawed, afraid, whatever, uncertain, doubtful, unhappy, but by committing yourself to this thing, you give the opportunity for potential, for the muses, the helpers, divine inspiration, the fundamental consciousness to expand. You give yourself the opportunity to get out of the matrix, to get out of the loop, to get out of the trap, to move. So yes, it's all down to where you go. And certainly we can only, if we have enough drips of water, we can get a stream and a river and whatever and wash away. But ultimately, you still have to do that journey yourself. It's still the direction that the seed is, or the thing is meant to go towards the sunlight. So so I agree with you on that. So.
Yeah, and it's beautiful to open ourselves up to the mystery in a sense, and just kind of go with the flow of it. I mean, I don't know exactly where it's taken me. I still, I don't have a full rational grasp of the great mystery and great spirit, but I know that its presence has been, it's guided me to this point, and I throw myself into the abyss as often as I can at this point. So the path will unfold as it's meant to in each of our own individual lives as we're navigating this, as long as we can commit to it. So James, this has been 4 hours of really uncovering a lot here. Do you have any other? I mean, I guess
I do. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you got any last thoughts or ideas, or whatever.
It's
however.
Funny. Yeah, a last one, just because you put that word in there, mystery. There is another word of mystery that people forget, another usage of the word, associated in a way with the mystery traditions. The mystery traditions going back to Eleusis in Greece, and which was clear from the reports that people went through a mystical awakening, and they didn't fear death after that, because that's the consequence of mystical awakening. It's well documented that people begin to not fear the things they did, and they understand that there's a different dimension. Now, there's books, for example, claiming the immortality key, claiming that it's drugs and all that. Okay, there's elements of it, but that's not the key thing. It's about an inherent capability that we all have. Now, the other use of mystery was later, and is associated, in particular, with the city of London, last point, and associated with the guilds, the organizations, and the groups who were fundamentally associated with Plantation. They were called the mysteries, and they were called the mysteries. It was a continuation, sometimes a vague esoteric, an actual esoteric system. And mystery meant the craft group. These were found in Rome as well. So the mystery then was translated into a group collective, which were associated with some certain secret skills, or trade secrets, if you like. And the mystery as a spiritual tradition, therefore, went off into a different direction. So the esoteric spiritual will was directed towards operational groups that operated in society. So there's again the same path. We have the bad copy, if you like. I'm not saying that they're all bad, but you have a material copy of a spiritual tradition, enlightenment, and it's the same thing again and again. So we have to become aware of these, like the natural plant and the mechanical plant. It's a set, they go together. Once you begin to see the connection, the threads continue. And that's the last one. I'll definitely finish that. The thread. This is the whole thing. The golden thread. It's throughout all the stories. Whereas you have the needle, the needle injections, drugs, all the other recent stuff. The needle again comes in material form. There's this sacred needle kind of associated with intention, not Cleopatra's needle, or those needles that they take from Egypt. They took one over to New York as well, Central Park. But it's the needle of intention, and the golden thread is the thread that goes back through all the spiritual traditions, and it links to your soul. It's not the web. The web is an artificial recreation of that, and so the thread, as in Ariadne's thread, is the way that you get out of the labyrinth. That's what the myth is. The golden thread helps you get out of the labyrinth. So the key thing is you don't let go of that golden thread, even though it's something small and something. So the golden thread is the perennial spiritual tradition. The idea that you are a spiritual being, that you're meant to evolve, and that is the important thing. So when you're in the cave, there might be bits that are not as bad. Don't let go of that thread. Don't let go of that spiritual thing. And that's a key bit. I'll leave it at that, and we'll continue the next time from there.
I was gonna say, I feel like we're already planting this, to use the analogies. We're already planting the seeds for the next conversation.
Well, we better sew it up here or something.
Yeah, right. Exactly. So James, always a pleasure to have you on the show. I mean,
great.
It's a fantastic conversation as always. A lot to unpack, integrate. Maybe people can harvest some true knowledge from our conversation here, and
and thanks for your patience there, because we were traversing some territory that required concentration from the historical perspective, and that, but we can elaborate on that sometime. So thanks for your patience. And you do have to explore them in this time frame, and with a bit of detail, otherwise it becomes meaningless. So we have to.
Absolutely. And I was going to say, it connected a lot of dots for me in the sense, and, kind of really put a lot of backbone to sort of what was like, you can see on the surface and you can understand what's going on, but to really get that historical backdrop and really kind of connect all of the interweaving dots and see a bigger picture, I think is immensely valuable, because then you're able to address it at the root. And, they view us as weeds. We could look at this big system as a weed, and if we want to uproot it.
The last point, honestly,
we keep going into
last point. The point is, and this was clear in the literature and cybernetics as well. What in the spiritual tradition, what you can do with the thread is to create patterns. What they are doing, what they're saying in transhumanism is that you are a pattern of information. This is what they're doing, and that's what it is. It's exactly a corruption, an inversion of this spiritual tradition it's there for thousands of years. It's there in there's no tribe of people, of Native American people, that didn't prize weaving, and when there were fantastic carpet makers, many of the women, and that was because it reflected the divine weaving. And the last point arising from that is that if you look at a lot of theories of mind, of cybernetics, control of the mind, they talk about the enchanted loom. The mind is like an enchanted loom. So there you have, it's an interesting image. Sounds nice. Enchanted is magic. Loom is a machine, and your mind is the thing that's going to be run by this enchanted loom. So some of these things betray a deeper sense. Might sound nice, but it's, again, you have to. The reason these people for thousands of years sat down, went off up a hill, and came back with these messages was to speak to us today. So they are giving you answers to some of these issues, because they're, as you said, the perpetual ones, the perennial ones. And it's only by focusing on the great spiritual heritage that we can hold on to the thread and go back. Okay, we'll definitely leave it at that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I need a cup of tea anyway.
Wonderful. Well, and
look after yourself.
All right, you as well, and we'll plan on having another conversation soon. I always enjoy the deep dives that we engage in. So
Yeah, and thanks for the opportunity. I appreciate having that full conversation. Thanks. Good luck.
Absolutely. All right.
And to your listeners, if there's any have managed to survive to the end.
I think I was gonna say you'd be shocked how many people are willing to tune into a 4-hour conversation and take in the whole thing.
I very much appreciate the time. I really do. It's great.
No. So
and good luck to them as well in their own journeys.
I was gonna say, and thanks to all the listeners for tuning in. And so we'll see you all on the next episode.